I got it.
He's got it. Alright. We had finished up Queen's Birth here. We're going to go somewhere else. I don't know where. We've got road north, road east, and road south. Let's go to the north. Let's pick a random direction. Let's explore. Oh, there's the north exit. I gotta go out the other way. Alright. Run, everybody, run. I'm pretty well rested. I actually went to bed like a normal human being yesterday, so I got up at about 5 o'clock this morning. This actually might be a longer stream, which is good. I have some catching up to do. Alright, so we've got Pericky's Overlook, the Gullet, which I can't get to at the moment, the Brass Citadel I can't get to, the Sacred Stair, and Serpent's Crown I can't get to, so we're going to go to Pericky's Overlook, I guess. See what's on agenda here. A Principe group notices you walking and approaches you in the street. You guys don't want none. I'm wide awake, you don't want to mess with me. Well, well, look what's finally washed in the pool. Oh, okay, you're talking. My voice is better than yours. Seraphin stops as the other pirates approach, his fist balled. The heat of his anger flushes your skin and seeps beneath, simmering your thoughts.
Hold up, Cap. That be Malnage, the High Queen Sea Devil of the Deadfire herself, awaiting us like a shark in hate.
You were talking about a Malnage, I believe, before. Who?
Malnage, former ship hunter of the Sorcerer, taught me the trade, theoretically.
Flash of ice-cold loathing cuts through the heat of Seraphin's anger, threatening to wash over you. Let it come. Aching shoulders, aching wrists, aching ankles, bound and gagged, the filthy rag in your mouth soaked through and briny, every breath like drowning, hanging from the bow sprit. The rise and fall of swells, the sea spray a chilling shock. Malnage shouting from the bulwark, ignore it, she says. Ignore it and focus, you useless sack of spider shit. Huh. Never heard anybody call somebody spider shit before. Reality rushes back in like an approaching wave.
Captain, I've heard a mess and a half about you. Mostly good. Though I see your taste in company could use some refining.
The Orlin gestures to Seraphin with a smirk.
Typical Malnage. Can't match my skill, so you try to spew shit.
Boy, when you're as old as me, your skill will still be naught more than the untrained fumbling of an Adeiran maid to the refined workings of my mind.
Sailors backing her chuckle. Brings you... Wait, when you insult Seraphin, you insult me.
Apologies, Captain. Didn't realize you'd married your honor to this scallywags. You boy him, believe you me.
He may be a scallywag, but he's my scallywag.
I've heard about your run-ins with Captains Benweth and Ferrante. Meeting the old Principe seems like. Almost makes a girl green. The envy of missing the party.
She grins, her mouth filled with sharp yellow teeth.
I'm tracking a man by the name of Rimaro. Traitor to the cause.
Romaro ain't no traitor, you mind-blind sack of squid squirts.
The insults in this game. Seraphin growls, fists tight and fur bristling. You feel the anger coil around him and spill outward, and your vision begins to swim. Let it come. Sharp strike against your cheek, and your head tilts, or hits, excuse me, hits wood hard. The wet is something rolling down the back of your scalp, clamping in your fur. And Malnage standing over you, fist balled, a flash like thunder and a copper in your mouth. Then an old man, eyes equal parts kindness and rage, hauling her back, shouting her down, turning to you, leaning in, the rage fleeing. The anger slides past your vision, resolves into the Nikotaka street.
Captain, there'll be a bounty of some 4,000 pounds on Rimaro, quick or dead. I'd be willing to cut you 1/10 of that, here and now, if you give me any knowledge you might have stumbled across on your travels.
She glances again at Seraphine. Well, I'm not going to help her. We heard Romaro's on his way to Port Maj. Seraphine blinks at you and spits out some unmuttered invectives to sell the lie. Menaj's head cants to the side and she slowly shakes it.
Yeah, we're worth a try, Cap.
He shrugs.
Careful, Watcher. You don't want to go making yourself an enemy of the Principe Sen Petrella. Anyone aids our enemies shares their fate, you know?
She draws a finger across her throat. I've killed a giant dragon made of Adra. You're gonna forgive me if I'm really not that threatened by you.
Fare thee well, Captain. See you around, Seraphine.
She turns on her heels and leads her crew away. Yeah, you better walk away. Alright, it's just a regular little street map. Yeah, it is. Nothing here, I'm sure. Pardon. Alright. Let's bounce. Pericky's Overlook. Pericky's Overlook.
I heard you and Isilmir again. I do wish you would stop encouraging her. Real sorry, Aloth. We'll keep it down. You think I care about your childish jokes? What bothers me is how she dog-ears my grimoire. And you keep bringing her out.
Just looking to lighten the mood, I guess.
Speaking of, apparently you equip grimoires in this game. How does this work? Okay. So every grimoire has different spells in it, and that's how you get your spells. And plus you have ones that you learn. I believe is how it works. How big is this map? Not as big as the last one. Kuitzitli's exotic herbs. Oh, it's pretty in here.
Why, hello. Kutztili at your service.
She sets down her pruning shears and looks you up and down with a warm smile.
I can tell that you're new to the Deadfire. Maybe you're still getting your bearings? Some of my herbs can help with seasickness or worse afflictions.
What makes you think I got here recently?
It's nothing personal. You just have that taking everything in look about you. Give it time. It'll pass.
She reaches to brush a curl of fur behind her ear. Her gaze wanders towards Seraphine and lingers there, then she pulls her focus back to you, blushing slightly. Oh, Seraphine, I think you've got an admirer.
Oh, ain't no shame in looking, lass.
Flashing a crooked grin, Seraphine bows to the herbalist. Aloth rolls his eyes. Oh, lighten up, Aloth. What brings an herbalist to Pericky's Overlook?
Money is the obvious answer, but I don't think that's what you're after.
She smiles.
Yes, I'm an herbalist, but I also pride myself as a florist. I think the city liked the idea of putting a flower shop somewhere visible. It's ostentatious, really. Probably the same reason why we have a magic shop next door. Pericky's Overlook is a great big splash of culture and innovation, there to show travelers that the Huana are ready for the world at large.
She shrugs. Show me what you have for sale. Probably not gonna buy anything. Ooh, apothecary's gloves. What's this? Thin gloves allow for fine movement under fingers. Supple leather, spinning chemical to provide protection from harmful compounds, thorns, and other small hazards associated with apothecary's care. +1 dexterity, +2 alchemy. Nothing I need right this second. Don't pee on anything, dog. I'm sure you all won't mind if I steal some stuff here. It's for a good cause. I'm sure I'm saving the world here. Kinda am. You'll thank me later for stealing your stuff. You will. Before I get any further, give me a second. I'll make sure I don't have a text from my girlfriend or anything. Okay. Curious Lantern. Name your price. You're probably just a commoner, I'm guessing. You don't have the artist. You don't have to be an artisan to appreciate the craft around Perky's Overlook. The Dark Cupboard. It's dark because there's no lights in it.
Is that an Orlin Cajun back? They don't let you have those in Deerwood anymore. That one's in pretty good condition.
Is that a construct? Excuse me. Is that another construct? Looks like something out of BioShock.
Will do.
These exotic spices sting your eyes when you lean in to examine. It's an upstairs. Definitely not going to do any stealing here. Way too much security. Shop Imp. Do you have anything to say, Shop Imp?
Shop Imp, greetings.
This imp mutters something dark and hateful under his breath. It regards you with narrow, wandering eyes and flared nostrils. Oh, so it's like somebody who works at Walmart. I can say that. I worked at Walmart for way too long. I know what it's like. What was that?
Buy something.
He makes a rude gesture towards the shop's wares. Why are you so hostile? Surely you're making a livable wage in the retail industry.
It's not hostile. It's just imp.
He bares his teeth and hisses to emphasize the point. He aims a fearful glance towards Fascina and lowers his voice.
Is imp and is sad.
His expression falls. New sags and wrinkles and edges grow definition.
Fascina spends too much time away from shop, leaving me to fend for self. His bad enough master won't let me leave stupid shop.
Why do you think Fascina spends so much time away?
She hates her work, hates Arkhamir, hates me. Reason enough.
He counts on each finger, then balls his claw into a fist. So you're not angry at all, are you?
Imp's complicated. Kids think we have two big emotions, angry and happy.
He smacks his lips and stumbles on no longer, more enunciated words, much like me.
Kid can't smell imp spray. Jovial spray, melancholy spray, creative spray, imp spray all over everything.
My dogs do that too. To accentuate the point, a little puff of foul-smelling effluvia waves out of an orifice that was not evident a few seconds ago. Back to my other questions.
I don't care.
Show me what you have for sale. Oh, it's another grimoire. Excuse me. And it's probably a lot of money. It's way too much money. And a bunch of knickknacks. A bunch of stuff I can't afford. I just want to look at it. Ring of Focus Flame. Plus an accuracy with fire. Superb. Plus 2 attack. Oh, that's like a Chanter weapon. Medium shield. Plus 1 enemies flanked. Plus 6 shield deflection. Minus 15 crit damage. Grants pale light. Causes nearby allies to recover over time. Oh my god. How much is this? This is probably way too much. Oh, yeah, it is. Because a deer, that would be absolutely beautiful for you. Hey, Sunnif, how you doing? Spellkeeper waste. Did you have your appointment yet? +5 all defenses against spells. I want that shield at some point. +1 constitution. Yeah, it's just a bunch of stuff I can't really do anything about because I have no money. In time.
I got nowhere else to turn. Stonehill is going to kill me.
Don't drag me into your mess, Bertenno. Not again.
Then you leave me no choice. I'm sorry.
Hey, come back with that. Madiko!
Have you considered chasing after him? You use your legs, you move, except you do it quickly.
That flaccid pazzo.
Young wizard clutches the countertop, looking as if she's either going to vault over it or snap it in half.
Imp, you had none of that, huh?
The imp mutters to himself in a dark, guttural tone.
That's what I thought.
Fully over in a day or two. That's good, at least. You did a fucking stupid, though. What'd you do?
What am I going to do? Think, Fasina.
She grabs a fistful of her hair and sighs. What was that all about?
My postenago of a lover stole Rokawa's fingers. The master will kill me if I don't get them back.
Does Rokawa know that their fingers have been stolen?
He must have wanted to raise some fast coin. Arkemir will flay me alive over those damned gloves.
Fasina cradles her brow and groans. Excuse me. Strange that the constructs didn't attack him for stealing.
Is it strange? I don't know. Go consult Arkemir's grimoire if you're that curious.
Flustered, she finds any excuse to look elsewhere. Why does he need the money?
He said that he's in debt to a Rautayan captain by the name of Hamuto Stonehill. By all accounts, a deadly serious man.
What aren't you telling me?
Not that it's any of your business, but Bertenno used to spend a lot of late nights here.
Smash and blood tests done to confirm the result and find a cause. I had those done yesterday. Okay. Fasina coughs into her fist and avoids eye contact.
I got into the construct's guts and marked off Bertenno as a safe visitor so they would not attack him. And before you ask, no, I will never do this again.
She crosses her arms resolutely. Why are these gloves so important to you?
You do not know Arkemir, do you? He is as cheap as a Wodican clerk.
Hey, Tamwin, how's it going? Occurred to me after, as high as a kite both times, and a quick Google search confirms that amphetamines do indeed elevate your metabolism. Oh. Still should mean everything's okay, though, right? It's just basically a false positive, so nothing really comes to that, right? Maybe you could just be like, yeah, I don't know what happened. Maybe I was just super amped up about something. But I'm feeling really mellow now, and it just, I don't know, maybe it was the weather. Yeah, tell him it was the weather.
Whatever he loses from those gloves, he will take out on me. Somehow.
I mean, it could be. When it gets rainy, I get really lazy. My metabolism probably goes to shit when that happens. I'll get those gloves back for you because I am a gentle barbarian.
You will? If you are expecting some payment or reward, I do need to keep this under wraps.
A discount would be a nice start. She blinks twice in disbelief before regarding you with a warm smile.
You look capable. While I am stuck behind this counter, I am in no position to refuse help.
It rained like a mofo last night. For like the first time in probably 2 months. We've pretty much been dealing with a drought. I was so happy to see it. And it's still cloudy here, so I'm hoping for more rain. Just anything to deal with the humidity. It's been super hot.
A discount goes without saying. You're saving me a world of trouble by doing this. Thank you.
No, I had actually just gotten done eating a whole lot of pizza, and I was way too fat and lazy to do any singing whatsoever. I was like, yeah, looks nice.
I do not know where Bertenno fences his goods, but he mentioned an appointment at the Bra Citadel docks.
Fasina bites her thumbnail and glares at the door, seeming to wish it would burst off its hinges.
Hamuto Stonehill must be as dangerous as he sounds, or else Bertenno wouldn't be so panicked.
Bloated in rain, exactly. Yes. I have questions about your predicament.
Bertenno stole Rokawa's fingers to pay off his debt. If Arkemir finds out, he will boil me into broth for his imps.
Okay, back to my other questions.
Suddenly, my whole existence revolves around these gloves. Incredible. Go on, then.
I want to talk about Shop Imp, your little coworker.
I hate him from horn to hoof. More than once, I caught him smearing feces all over our selection of cloaks.
Have you considered giving him training so that he knows not to do that?
Not that this should dissuade you from buying one.
She coughs into her fist. I think he's sad because you spend time away from the shop. In a strange way, I think he likes having you around. She studies you, weighing your words with a doubtful, if interested, expression.
No. We are talking about the same little flying stinker? Maybe I ought to be nicer to the little thing. We both hate Arkemir, so we have that much in common.
Tell me about yourself.
I am the apprentice of He of Many Colors. That's plain old Arkemir to you.
It's an archmage, worldwide renown. Thought that name sounded familiar.
What few spells I know have names like Arkemir's Dripping Scourge or Arkemir's Malevolent Codpiece.
How the hell's that work?
He made me conjure a household staff of imps. Horrible, chittering things. I think it's because he knows I hate them.
Fasina sighs and waits patiently for you to speak up. You use a lot of honorifics when you talk about Arkemir.
He makes me call him by the titles he's earned in his long career. I can also call him by the titles I've made up since the start of my apprenticeship.
She grins, glancing left and right.
To me, he's the bringer of foul wind, the teeth of suckling imps, and the herald of dirty slippers.
Show me what you have for sale. Not that I'm buying any of it. Grimoire. It's the same stuff that the imp had. Okay. Is there anything else here? Upstairs. Let's head upstairs. The Herald of Dirty Slippers, every boyfriend I've ever... Shit. Relationships.
Keep your weather eye open.
Can't live with them, can't live without them.
My fingers be fat and furry, but they're ever so nimble.
Alright, so there's nobody up here. I'm sure nobody's gonna mind if I rob this place blind. They were selling a shield too that's like perfect for a deer, but I can't afford it. Potion of Spirit Shield. Fasina's Journal. The misery of this apprenticeship. Mediccio. Arkemir saves only the most tedious errands for me. If I'm not going to learn anything from his trial, I must find some way to steal enjoyment from it. Whenever Arkemir claims to be deep in study, I will find him wandering the halls wearing an illusionary face to trick his imps. Fools him every time. Sometimes I think he came to the Deadfire to be alone with those nasty things, and he spites me for getting in the way of his fun. Shortly after he left town, I stole one of the robes he keeps in his bedroom. The imps thought I was their master. Fed me cheese and ale for the rest of the afternoon. Excuse me. Of course, I returned the robe when I was done. Maybe it's too late. Not too late to start enjoying myself. Even better shield for a deer and it's free, but I'm not sure you're strong enough to go get it.
I don't be supposing we could, like easy breezy.
Pray happen upon it at some point. Trollhide bell. 1 health restored every 6 seconds. Oh, it's better than nothing. Give this to Edir. And nothing else here.
Don't see why not.
Oh, hey, there's a dead dude here. The horn bones of a godlike. Plaque simply reads, shoplifters beware, without context. Coming quest, we sneak into Arkemir's manor by using his robe and a specific phrase to an imp. He could do it without any guards attacking you. It's not that fine robe I just picked up, is it? Ah, gotcha. Oh, you have a name.
Quench your thirst on the way up the mountain?
Amita inclines her head and gestures to a wagon loaded with kegs. What do you serve here?
Spirits and the like? No one this side of the slope will scorn you for a little indulgence.
She smiles.
Between us, folks tend to linger and spend coin in parikis when they've had a few. Good for business, I say.
Show me what you've got. Okay. Bunch of spirits, like she said. Let's do a loop around here first.
You have no right to interfere in Rauatai's business.
Huana culture isn't business, you company drudge.
I don't give 2 pyres for your tribal pride, and I wager that Arkemir cares even less.
The Mawa woman clenches her fists at her sides. Her severe features are caught in an unshakable grimace.
If this is what passes for Rauatai in diplomacy, Rauza has bigger problems.
Do it now if I want. Just go up to the 2nd floor and click on the window. Might have to go do that in a second then. Discover the joys of lay on hands and extend duration. You can basically heal 50 hit points every 3 seconds forever. That sounds nice. More calm and composed, Huana smiles, turning when she notices you.
If you've come to see Arkemir, you're too late. He left the estate on wizard business.
What's going on between you two?
Tamar and I wanted something from Arkemir. Our powers of persuasion leave much to be desired.
The wizard got his hands on a Huana tablet, the Harapo epic. I came to reclaim it for Rauatai.
Parappa the Harapo epic.
In the middle of my negotiations, this little pest showed up with a claim on it.
She gestures to Natihi.
The Harapo epic belongs to the Huana. The Queen sent me to remind you both.
Who's Arkemir? Because I like to play dumb.
A spellcaster, and a damn good one. Specializes in hexes and illusions. He and his apprentice run the Dark Cupboard, a local magic shop.
How did Arkemir come to possess the tablet?
I believe that he had dealings with black market treasure hunters. Not that the Queen will implicate him.
She's too preoccupied negotiating with the warmongers at her door.
Any idea where Arkemir went?
Arkemir could be drinking Kawiki wine with dead kings. There's no finding him if he doesn't want to be found.
Back to my previous questions. An intact primary source is a rare find for the Huana.
Akira, few outsiders can appreciate what such an artifact could mean to our people.
Posturing about cultural value is worthless. We both want the tablet for the same reason.
Wait, is there another reason you both want the tablet so badly? Pair goes silent and awkwardly avoid eye contact, focusing in different directions. There is, isn't there?
There are things better left unsaid.
While I'm standing here, you mean?
Akira, I don't deny it.
Instead of standing here and arguing, why not negotiate with him?
Arkemir left the city. Likely for the peace and quiet we didn't grant him.
At least I offered to pay him. Your only currency is altruism.
Tarama grimaces. So, what's your plan?
I might as well adjourn to the palace in Serpent's Crown and give Arkemir time to think.
What a load of... You mean to get your hands on that tablet with or without Arkemir? You island rats can barely write your own names, much less a distinguished epic.
Natihi blinks at her in shock and takes a moment to smooth down the creases in her uniform.
Scamper back to the Brass Citadel and spin your own plots. I will happily do the same on my side of the island.
Tomorrow, I'd like to speak with you.
I suppose I can spare a moment.
She watches Natihi go with an uncertain frown. Any ideas on retrieving the Harapo epic?
I heard tell of Ephron, a thief with a penchant for making house calls. Word has it that Ephron made his way inside of Arkemir's manor and later died. Now his soul is bound to the fortune-telling machine in the dark cupboard. Strange fate.
Tell me about yourself.
I help finance expeditions around the Isles, which often means keeping an ear to the ground. Not very romantic from behind a desk, but Rauatai's campaign could use the extra coin.
I have questions about the Harapo epic.
It's a handsome piece of rock, which some call valuable. I won't dispute that point if the value goes to Rauatai.
What does the Royal Deadfire Company want with the Harapo epic?
I suppose it's no secret that we're after more than some arbitrary cultural touchstone. We're looking for a route to Ukaizo. It stands to reason that ancient lore would be a key to finding the place.
What kind of defenses does Arkemir have inside of his manor? I bet they suck.
Arkemir is a magical savant and a recluse. That makes for a very dangerous combination. He relies on imps and ironclad constructs to maintain the estate. When you've lived as long as Arkemir, I suppose trust becomes a problem.
Back to my previous questions.
Fine by me. I'm looking forward to the day when the Harapo epic is someone else's concern.
She chuckles mirthlessly. Could the Harapo epic really be a path to Ukaizo?
When it comes to finding the Lost Island, we can't afford to neglect any lead. The Ranganui seeks to saddle the weather and harness the storm. If there is a place where this can happen, it is Ukaizo.
Tamara shrugs and wipes off the breast of her uniform. You and Natihi don't seem to get along.
All of her pretenses of cultural pride are means to an end. Like the rest of the Huana, she isn't above exploiting any advantage if she can profit from it.
That doesn't seem fair. The Huana are trying to get by.
As you say.
Bye. Oh wait, the other one leave. I was going to talk to her. Gonna guess this is his estate. We'll come back to it in a little bit.
Did the Queen summon everyone to the palace?
Water flowing through this timepiece keeps this mechanism in constant motion.
Do you think the Audra Colossus would come here next?
Pray to Kahopa, it does not.
Eulfir's Raymond's. Check us out. Yeah, we'll come back and do the quests in a bit. I want to see if we run into Natihi again. If only because I like her name. Eophir.
If you find yourself in need of comfortable garb, I'm happy to oblige.
The dwarf tips his head in a curt professional manner. You're a tailor?
I've been known to rip a seam here and there, patch some shredded gear back into shape.
His expression shifts, turning sour.
Thought I was an armorer, did you? Assumed that my tree stump limbs and barrel chest lend themselves better to the forge than the needle?
No. Forgive me, I meant no offense.
If it's armor you're after, Marihi will set you up. She's got a knack for metal.
He points out the door and jerks his head to the east. Show me what you have for sale. You've got some more cool stuff that I don't really want to buy right now because money's cheap. I don't have much of it. It's a really big city. Yeah, seems like it. I like that, though. I like that it's got a nice, sprawling urban environment, but then there's like a great big area to just go out and get lost in. Like, I can't pull it up from here, but just the world map is huge. Abandoned. Aw, come here. You're like my fifth dog. Rasper. Come here, little Rasper. 5% of incoming hits converted to grazes. Party is more effective with healing spells and potions. Will you hang out with Abraham and that dog and just do dog things together? Just don't be on anything. Heart attack. Luminous bathhouse. Someone got fired from the Luminous bathhouse that I talked to the other day. I remember that. And it's hard to remember a lot of things because I've been playing this so sporadically. Oh. I guess I can't say anything. It is a bathhouse. You are greeted by a tall, carefully composed man. The crescent moon in the center of his forehead glows faintly. Up close, the careful tailoring of his opal-adorned robes and their immaculate cleanliness speak to a deep well of vanity.
Welcome, I am Ganor, owner and proprietor of the Luminous Bathhouse.
He stares at you for a moment, evaluating you, and purses his lips.
My guards will not hesitate to expel any rowdy or obnoxious individuals. Mind your manners, and you will find no quarrel with me.
Seraphine, you're gonna have to leave. I'd like to try your bath.
Of course you would. Just speak with a steward near the stairs. He will make certain you are treated well.
What do you have for sale? Oh, it's like a inn, too. Taru Warrior.
Have you tried the bathing pool? Kira, its waters allow you to absorb the powers of the dead.
That sounds disgusting.
You're too morbid, my friend. The Adra Ganor uses has been blessed by the gods, and it is their blessing that empowers you.
He would clog the pool so fast. Oh man, yeah. They probably wouldn't let him in. There'd be hair everywhere. Be like when I give my dogs a bath. Ugh. Amrio.
Is this your first time to the baths?
It's my first time to the baths, like, anywhere. I've never taken one before, I'm just kidding. An old man stretches his arms over his head and yawns, making a show displaying his moistened physique. I haven't been in the water yet.
The cost is high, but so are the delights. I might have the skin and bones of a retired scarecrow, but the waters bring youth back, where it counts.
He studies you from under a lowered brow as his knees begin to drift apart. Put that away, buddy. You genuinely believe I needed to hear and see this.
Excuse me?
He pauses and blinks at you, a rivulet of sweat working down the bridge of his nose. Go admit to the steward that you're treating this establishment like a brothel. He hangs his head and winces as onlookers begin to slyly observe your exchange.
I'm sorry. That was wrong. The waters have gone to my head.
He swallows and glances towards the steward, the color leaving his face as he summons his courage. I don't see you moving.
The cost of enjoying the bathhouse's unique offering is 1,000 copper per session.
The bathhouse steward crosses his arms and smiles. His look holds an invitation, but a warning, too. Why so much? I'm a cheapskate.
A prudent question.
He draws himself up to his full height and puts his hands behind his back.
The bathwaters are infused with hand-refined luminous Adra, which promotes a holistic balance of the humors. Because of luminous Adra's remarkable qualities, it is also a significant investment to both supply and maintain. Ganor may tell you more if you're curious. He is something of an amateur alchemist, in addition to being a businessman of remarkable skill and insight.
Next she'll tell me luminous Adra grants the bather eternal life.
Would that it were so. Ganor would make good money, and perhaps I would receive a raise, yes?
Bathhouse steward chuckles heartily. When have you ever known men such as Ganor to share their spoils?
You, I like. We see eye to eye on many things, I suspect.
Does that mean I get a discount?
A small discount for you, friend. For making me laugh. 900 copper.
Only 900. Go take a look at that guy over there and you'll have one hell of a laugh. You'll want to drop it down to, I think, 500 maybe? Let's do it.
Arms and armor are not allowed in the baths. Should you wish to bathe, you will need to change into your bathing attire.
He hands you freshly laundered bathing garments, still smelling of the kappa leaves they were dried with. I've lost 900 copper. Of course.
I don't see the point of this. We're just gonna get dirty again when we go back outside.
So should you just never take a bath because you're gonna get dirty again at some point? That's some logic. So did that give me a bonus of any kind? +1 max in power points, +1 cast with level 1 priest spells. Wizard spells, Cypher spells, +1 max rage. Cool. So that actually gives a bonus. Rare and colorful fish swim from end to end of the watery enclosure. Undyne.
Look at that, it's like a little ocean. Oh, we need one of those for our ship.
I see you brought your pain, but you need come to ease it. Pity.
What? A venerable elf sits beside the water, her creased and spotted skin slightly flushed by the heat. Numerous scars mar her skin on face and torso alike. Her eyes open and her sharp gaze focuses on you. What brings you to the bathhouse?
It eases my pain. More than that is an awful long yarn, and they entered lately.
Me too.
Oh, by Berith's bulging ball bag, spare us a tragic tale, you poxy old salt. Tell us a Romaro and we'll be leaving you to your misery.
Seraphim's physical height is so short that his head was under the water. Maybe he was practicing holding his breath.
Seraphim.
She smiles, an expression both sad and kind.
Romaro described you pointedly. He told me that you would come were you in danger.
Danger? Nay, not I. I do seek him, though. And I feel that he needs me. Feel it in the deep depths of my furry fun sack. If you care for him, you'll be telling me what you know.
He bade me not tell anybody of his plans, ye included. He's left this area, afeard of the danger he faces on those near to him.
She sighs, a long pained sound accompanied by a wince. Please help my friend Udine. He loves Romaro like a father.
He's the nearest thing I got to kin. Why didn't he trust me?
Seraphin's head drops. Yeah, he's growing on me a lot. He's kind of growing on me in the same way Hiravias kind of grew on me.
He did trust you. He trusted you wholly.
Udine frowns at Seraphin, her eyes wet.
I'll tell you, and trust ye to gone best what to make of the conning. Romaro treated me as galleon for mine clipper. A stuggy trade, surely, but he insisted that he needed the speed. I can't tell you what he intends, but he set sail for Sayuka, intending to replenish there. That's everything I con, for whatever good it does you.
He gave up the sorcerer? And for what? An elven clipper? Makes as much sense as Doug's on a Drake cap. He'd be easy catchings for any freebooter after his eye.
Who is hunting Romaro besides Malnage?
Yeah, that salted cock must be the biggest threat, sure as shit. But others will want that bounty too. Not to mention the favour comes with it.
We should hurry to Sayuka.
Aye, Cap, you've read my mind. And here with me thinking that were my skill in particular.
He winks, and by hurry I mean we'll get there at some point.
Thank you mightily, lass. Enjoy the baths.
He bows to Udine.
Soft travels. The wages of war catch ye up soon or soon.
Soon to you too.
Please, enjoy the baths. When you're ready to leave, I will provide you with a towel.
I'll pass for now. Let's go upstairs first. I think there are people over there to the side, but I'm not sure. I'll have to check them out in a minute. Yeah, I'll come back and check them out. I was going to go to him, but apparently you can't walk through the water.
I've got it.
Save me walking all the way around. What's your deal?
You have the wrong room, stranger.
Oh, you're right, I do. My bad. It's the room I wanted. Worn robe. And some regular people, and I don't know what this is. Balcony. Anything up here? I could take these plants.
Nago, you have truly put your foot in it this time.
Ah, I found cat. Noah. Aw, you're a nice looking cat. Plus 25% stride. Move more quickly in combat and your party's attacks are less likely to miss. Take that. Take that. And no one else here. Alright. Let's go check out that person I missed. Let's go around. Can I talk to you from here?
I hope we haven't spent too much time in the baths.
A young woman takes your measure wearing a concerned frown. Why are you frowning? It's fine, I don't work here.
I see. My thanks for clearing that up.
In any case, we hope you enjoy your time.
Her companion subtly tips her head to shoo you away. Brings you to the bathhouse.
I am helping Herwina to conceive. She came all the way from the Deerwood, and I will see that she returns with arms laden with young.
Sinew grins her way.
After the Hollowborn crisis, I wanted no child of mine born in those blighted lands. This place is a miracle. Every day I emerge from the baths as a new woman, and my first child will be as strong as an Adra pillar.
She looks to Sinew with a bright smile. Well, I don't want to be a spoil sport. Enjoy the bath. Oh, hey, there's a boiler room. Let's see, we talked to Udine. Okay, let's check the boiler room out. Boilers are interesting. Oh, wait. Ah, darn it. I always get that console pop up by accident. Is her friend taking advantage of this to take baths? She could be, or maybe she actually believes in it. Does that lead to a quest or anything? Because that is a good point. She might be taking advantage of her in some way. His crack in the wall is perhaps just wide enough to accommodate an Amawa squeezing in sideways. Passage seems to widen the deeper it goes. Let's check it out. Yeah, because there's a possibility. Maybe she could be conning her. Maybe she just believes it. The Archmage is... Ooh. Wouldn't recommend taking this way. It's neat that that's there, though. Probably leads to getting into a bunch of encounters, I'm guessing, right? Raises an alarm. Ooh, yeah, that's not good. We don't like alarms. Alright, I'm gonna leave here. I'm gonna pause it in a second. Go give Ruger his medication. Alright, I'll be back in about 2 minutes. Like I said, this might be a little bit of a longer...
I get the feeling you don't like me much. Was it something I said? I think it was something I said.
No, it's not. You're not doing anything wrong, exactly.
Really? I mean, you tell me if you had a problem, right? If I'd bothered you this whole time?
It's nothing personal. I just don't think we need to be talking is all.
Oh. Well, thanks for clearing that up.
Damn it, dear.
That
That was not nice, dear.
You have truly put your foot in it this time.
It's your Bia's. She smells like roses, thank you very much. She's probably gonna end up being my romance.
You got to visit the luminous bathhouse, yes?
Maybe. I don't know. Perhaps. Why do you ask?
My satchel. Like a fool, I left it inside. My ship is due to sail from Neketaka with the next high tide. If I do not find it, my Kasita will surely throw me overboard.
I think it's the dark hair. It's her accent, though. Her accent kind of throws me off. Hold a message for reason Why the heck is my mod having a problem with that? Allow. Very odd. Seraphim for life. Seraphim's too furry.
Nella, I cannot swim.
A look of horror spreads across his face.
I would go by myself, but the guards, they bar the doors to me without my Casita present. They think I am a thief.
He stares at his feet, his hands an anxious twisting knot in front of him. Why can't you ask your Casita to retrieve it then?
I would rather her not discover my incompetence.
His eyes start to his side as if looking for something or someone just outside his vision. An understandable concern. He bites his lower lip, uncertain whether or not to take your words at face value. I could help you find it.
Gelade, you mean it? Agrasima, I am in your debt.
Air of misery suffusing him lifts for a moment. His eyes go wide and he grins.
There is one thing. Madiko, how could I have forgotten?
He tugs the collar of his shirt as if he's suddenly much too hot.
If you could, do not open the satchel. The contents are... The information is...
He searches for the word. Confidential?
Proprietary. You understand?
I would never. On my honor, I will not open the satchel.
You do me a great favor.
He claps your hands in his.
Please, when you find the satchel, meet me at Peddler's Canal in Queensberth.
And dialogue. Peddler's Canal, Queensberth. So is that like... Did he say that was in here? Left it in one of the rooms on the second floor of the bathhouse. Okay, let's go get it. That's totally simple enough. I should totally open the satchel. You wouldn't lead me wrong, would you? I'm just kidding. I'll open a satchel. I'm a barbarian. Every once in a while I have to do something I shouldn't. It's the barbarian way. Do. This music's fire. Alright, well, ain't gonna be in there. I cleared that out. It's not in that one.
I've got it.
Oh, I can go in these. What are you doing? Calm down.
Get out.
You get out. Here, you can even keep the rest of this stuff. So McAfee AV is apparently malware now. I've not used McAfee in years. I just know that it came with one of my girlfriend's laptops and it is a SOB to get rid of. Might actually be considered malware now. I hate McAfee with a passion though. Just trying to get rid of it is so... Ugh, it clings to your computer like a leech. Yeah. It's been like that for a long time, Sunnev. My experiences with it. I pretty much just use Windows built-in.
You ever thought about changing the color
antivirus
of your
anymore.
fur? Mercberries will stain your skin for weeks.
Oh, think I were born blue, eh? Think being this pretty come natural?
Well, dang, Seraphim. I never knew you were so fancy.
Yeah, but mayhaps I'll be giving them Mercberries a go. Ain't never been marooned before.
Yeah, I always used, for the last number of years, I've always stuck with just like Windows Defender, that kind of thing. It's always worked good for me. Never had any problems. I mean, I imagine it's different if you're using something that's not Windows, but... Persky. Yeah. It's such a mess. I wouldn't recommend it. Do you use Windows? Guard. Guard gives you a solemn nod. Yeah, I would honestly just stick with built-in antivirus on Windows myself.
I holler if any of the iron or steel laying around catches your fancy. Or if you need something repaired, I'm happy to take a glance.
A lot of that stuff's shady now. Pariki's Overlook is an interesting place for an armorer.
Ikera. They wouldn't put a traditional smith here unless she brought something special.
She sighs and glances towards her tools. Yeah, Windows can be a pain. It's all I've ever used, though. I've always managed to work around it enough that I've just stuck with it.
My clients wanted everything engraved and beautiful. Wasn't why I got into the business, but it keeps my debtors happy. I keep it interesting working with exotic materials like shark leather, since there's some demand and little supply.
She shrugs, running her hand across the length of hide. You want to see some exotic materials? Check this out. Show her the shards of the Blade of Endless Paths and Whispers of Yenwood. Can you do anything with these?
Ikera, but these wonders have suffered greatly. I say you must take better care of your things.
She sits down the shards and frowns at you. I know, believe me, so what do you think?
I say I could repair these to their working order for 1,500 pyres each.
She thumbs her chin and considers.
Something about the metal. It yearns to bond as one. I could join all these pieces into a great sword for 3,000 pyres.
She shifts her gaze to meet yours, the excitement of a challenge in her eyes.
If you need iron or steel, maybe even something lighter, I've got plenty in stock.
She smiles and tips her head towards her wares. Show me what you have for sale. I'm probably going to wait on this until I have more money. I don't want to blow it all here, and I really don't have anybody that's going to equip it at the moment. Possibly what's his face, but he's got that sword that works really good with shields right now. Grants capture. What's your capture? Exert your supremacy to switch positions with a single enemy. Okay. Spearcaster. Lover's Embrace. Tutilo's Palm. Small shield. Yeah, in time. In time. I'll take your living iron if you don't mind. Oh, I hope you're not going to go check your cabinets. Okay. Hey, wait a minute.
I don't be supposing we could blow it up. My fingers be fat and furry, but swabbed and sparkling, Cap.
Yeah, you're going to see it. Don't need to worry about it right now anyway. I don't like to be that much of a thief. I'm a good barbarian. But if something's there and nobody's around, then why not? Water Shapers Guild. Okay, we're gonna check that out, and then we'll go and do some of this other stuff we gotta do here. Ooh. This place looks neat. Oh, okay, hold up. I didn't know I could walk over here. Another cat. Jules. Bonus to perception. Party members are more effective with healing spells and potions. Worthless idiot.
The sea is true home, not smelly mountain.
An engraving at the base of the statue reads Periki, first guild master of the Water Shapers Guild. She looks downcast and introspective.
What you want?
The imp recoils from you with a sharp hiss. What are you doing out here?
Arkemir doesn't let worthless idiot outside after worthless idiot sprayed dung on stupid tablet.
Maybe if he had let you outside, you wouldn't have sprayed dung on his tablet.
But Arkemir not home.
A mischievous grin splits the imp's bony features.
So worthless idiot watches the ships come in, looks at all the tasty gulls.
It sighs down at the vista of ocean and docks. Your name is Worthless Idiot?
Those Arkemir's big words. Gave name, but worthless idiot no understand.
Worthless Idiot wriggles a finger in his ear. I'm pretty sure he meant it as an insult.
That's so? Worthless idiot should ask Stinkfoot or Cat Breath what they say.
You want to set sail and eat goals? You're welcome aboard Defiant. The imp takes in your words, his eyes widening to the size of moist saucers. A flap of his wings carries a closer whisper in your ear.
How often you beat your crew, huh?
It doesn't whisper at all, and a question sends a ringing through your ears. I don't, not yet at least.
No beatings? None?
It blinks, struggling to encompass the idea.
I join crew? I join crew!
The imp flutters in an excited little circle. It points down at the distant shape of Queen's Barrett and salivates at the sight of gulls landing on the rigging of the Defiant. Yes, enjoy a sailing life with no beatings whatsoever. You may die in combat, though. You're not an actual crew member, are you? Oh my god, you're a crew member. You're a navigator. Ooh, you're a navigator. Where's the navigating position? Helmsman. Okay, you're just a guy that sits there. Alright, little Luca. You sit back. You're my new navigator. Worthless Idiot. I'm being navigated by somebody named Worthless Idiot. I'm sure that's going to end well.
I've got it.
Do ya? Koiki fruit. Start ripping up some plants. It's okay, it'll grow back. Plants too. Let's hire a druid or something. Did I open the satchel? No, I actually forgot about it. Hold up. Is it a quest item? Common a worn common looking satchel, curiously light. There can't be much in it. Up. Whoops. That's old. Avetta's seal. An intricately carved seal commonly used to prove the origin of a document or the identity of the document's writer. Degnos. It's all arranged. So long as your captain sticks to a route, our ship will meet yours at sea 3 days hence. Don't forget to dump your powder before we arrive. Every cannonball that strikes our hull will be one less limb we leave you with, understand? And be sure to wear a red bandana so we don't kill you by accident. If all goes as planned, a spot on our ship and a fair share of the plunder will be yours as promised. Talfor. Letter describes a plan to sabotage Veda's ship so Degnos can join the crew of a Principe captain. Guess I should go see him. But I think I'm gonna keep... Oh wait, I gotta do this thing here. You said you said a window. Something about a window for this place. Go to the guild. Oh, the water guild. Oh, I didn't go there yet, did I? I got distracted by a worthless idiot. That happens sometimes. I absolutely love the look of this place. I prefer the dark cupboard. Yeah, that's what I was thinking after I looked at it. Oh, shoot, yeah. Give me a second. Let me check my phone. I'm not... Let my girlfriend know I gave him his pills so she's not worrying about that. Just a moment. Alright. Save it.
Tekehu, you have shirked your duties for the last time, I say.
The guildmaster in fine robe stares down the sizable blue-skinned Mawa before her. Students observe the exchange in a loose circle, exchanging whispers.
Guildmaster, be reasonable.
He tosses his anemone-like hair, which glows faintly as each bulbous strand settles in place.
I skipped one lecture to travel up the mountain. Still, the palace is closed until you present me before Onikaza.
This sounds like Zahwa's voice actor. He crosses his arms and raises one eyebrow. The murmurs of the crowd grow in volume.
You went alone. I asked for patience, but as usual, you make a trench out of a tide pool.
Water humor. She pacifies her tone, suddenly conscious of the onlookers. This sounds important. Well, I'll just say nothing.
My patience wears thin, old shark. You have stifled me enough for one trip through Rakuhu's bowels.
In spite of their obvious age difference, Tekehu raises an instructive finger to the guildmaster. She flares her nostrils and takes a deep breath. Aloth rolls his eyes.
I say Ngati weeps at her petulant spectacle of a child.
He's a child of Ngati, Andra, goddess of the sea.
Ikera. The significance is clearer to some than others.
He waves toward the guildmaster with the back of his hand.
For a water shaper who treasures his duty to the goddess, you spend too many days cavorting at the brothel.
What is a brothel? The guildmaster sidesteps Tekehu and takes long strides away from the circle. Sparing another glance at Tekehu, the crowd disperses.
Ugh, insufferable.
Tekehu sighs and smooths back his hair. He turns his attention to you with a raised brow. I'm really bad at recognizing voice actors, and apparently every time I think it's somebody I've heard before, it's not.
Did you need something? Or is it enough to bask in perfection?
Tekahu grins and opens a palm, inviting you to speak. You're full of yourself. Water shaping sounds like a prestigious talent.
Well, through our connection to the gods, the Huana mold water like it is clay, easing it into an assumed form.
Grinning, Tekahu adjusts his posture to assume a flowing, almost weightless stance.
We could sink every ship in Rauatai's fleet if they drew too close to the city, but some of us have gentler tastes.
He sighs and stands once more at ease.
Some of us see water shaping for what it is, a gift of divine expression.
So you're a water shaper.
Well, surely you have seen my works across Nekitaka.
Tekahu knits his brow with immediate concern.
Look to the antechamber of the Kahanga Palace for my Apple of Ngati, or to the luminous bathhouse for my Dance of the Wanton Priestess.
Not the Dance of the Wanton Priestess. Tekahu folds his arms and nods towards the door.
For as long as there have been Huana, there have been water shapers. But only since Tekehu has water shaping been art.
Aloth rolls his eyes. Tekahu and the Guildmaster don't get along.
Kira, I bring art to the Guild of Water Shapers, but they do not tolerate expression here. What I am is to blame, I say.
Godlike?
Just so. Blessed and cursed at birth, I say. Water shaping is Ngati's gift to the Huana, and apparently I am too. Savior to the tribes.
He folds his arm and grimaces. Aloth massages his temples, shaking his head. Shouldn't you be just a little grateful? His upper lip curls and he waves you off.
The only question is, do I return to my duties, or while away a few hours in the bathhouse?
Tekahu tugs on his hair and purses his lips. Consider your responsibilities first.
The guild can wait until I am good and ready to return.
I could use a rowdy fish like you on the Defiant if you'll have a watcher at the helm.
A watcher? And here I am, used to being the freak of Pariki's Overlook.
He rests a hand on his hip and grins.
What does a watcher do?
Watch? Are you stupid? I'm the Herald of Barath, for now at least.
Ikera, just so.
He strokes his chin, nodding.
I say I am no sailor, and I know even less about death. I am an artist.
He stirs his fingers through the air, drawing together droplets of moisture into an orb of water that floats over his palm.
My peers do not understand. Water shaping to them is like studying calligraphy, to brew ink and sort parchment.
He lets the orb fall to the ground and splash at his feet. If you can do tricks, we can get along just fine. Well, I'm curious to see what you can do.
The tide brings unexpected gifts. You are not unknown to me, I say. Whispers of an Adra Colossus reach my ears. And louder whispers of a corpse who follows him.
Tekahu raises one of his eyebrows.
What will you do when you catch up to this walking god?
Offer a few compliments, buy him a drink, see where it goes from there.
For me, there is not enough rum in the Deadfire to even consider it. If it untangles me from the guild's apron strings, then you can mount me as the figurehead of your fair ship.
Tekahu inclines his head and touches a circular marking on his brow.
Our quarters may smell of fish before long, but your crew will be more beautiful by association, I say.
He winks. Aloth rolls his eyes. Aloth does not like this guy.
No one's ever called me beautiful before.
Blushing, she averts her gaze. Aloth massages his temple, shaking his head.
Lead on. It will be good to put some distance between myself and the guild, even if we find less savory places along the way. A fair warning, Captain. Ingati gifted her favorite son with more than his stunning complexion.
Are you hiding an angler fish lure under that robe? What, can you breathe underwater?
Good guess. Only for as long as, well...
Teku folds his arms and considers.
I say you will learn. In time.
He winks, his eyes suddenly as dark as beads of polished onyx. Tekahu. He is a water shaper druid. Is this a is a sidekick, isn't it? Channer. Druid Channer. No. Oh, he's like a legit full oh, okay. Did not know that. Pitied is Nagati, Lady of Lament, as the pearl orb of the heavens crosses her view. Her eyes well with tears as constant as rain. But the moon's skyward journey continues apace. The lover's affection as ephemeral as fingers touching. This place looks neat. Daraku's reply. Maru, for what did you send me away to mediate on the fourth form in uncharted waters only to summon me back to the Kahanga fleet? A bomb must have gone off his serpent's crown, one of revelation if not black powder. The interruption is a setback. I trust that whatever happens next will propel our people forward. I will sail Pariki's resolve into the waters where I suspect you need me most and wait your orders. I hope that the rumors carried upon the waves are to be trusted. I would tell you to send Onikaza, my love, but she knows that it is hers. Tell her that she needs only snap her fingers and I will be her storm again. Daraku, Master Water Shaper. And the 4 forms of water shaping. Quest item. What follows is an initiate primer and the 4 forms of water shaping, which comprise the basic lessons of our guild: grief, hope, metamorphosis, and transcendence. Form of grief, acceptance that one's physicality is not as mutable as water. Form of hope, understanding that water is more relentless and inexorable than any natural force. Form of metamorphosis, realization that the body's internal water can help to mediate the prior forms. And form of transcendence, water covers Eora. If water can be shaped, so can the world. Except where there's no water. I'll take that now. Ooh, this is neat too. This ornate basin makes a high-pitched ringing sound when pressure is applied around the outer rim. I'll check out the guild ruins in a bit. See what else is over here. Ooh. This place is very liquidy. I like that. Excuse me.
You have questions for me. Speak up, I say.
Guildmaster Maru folds her arms and nods. Tell me about the guild.
Ikira, my pleasure. Water shaping is a talent bestowed on the Huana by the goddess Ngati. Hariki was the first in recent memory to organize the talent into a series of teachable forms. What else would you like to know?
Where do the water shapers get their power?
Our art is the yield of the Huana's ancient covenant with the goddess. Our ancestors pledged to protect the luminous Adra, the islands, and the tribes. Ngati gifted us with the strength to keep our promise.
What do water shapers do exactly?
We control tides, prevent storm damage, and keep unwelcome ships at bay. Lately, we haven't experienced an artistic revival of sorts, thanks to our star pupil, Takehu. We represent the best of Juana achievement, no small responsibility.
Back to my other questions.
Akira, speak freely.
Bye. Warua. What's your story? Young Juana holds out his hands as if to catch an incoming missile. He winces in concentration, and an orb of water rises and floats mid-air. Sweat drips down his nose. He flinches, and in that instant, the water loses all shape and splashes on the floor. Crestfallen, he sighs and drops his stance. Listen, that's more than I could do.
Did you need something?
He nods to you and shakes out his arms, readying himself for another try. You seem to be having trouble.
I can feel the connection to Andra just like Myru taught me. But there's something missing. Maybe it's my form.
He frowns to himself. Remember to hold your breath and keep your knees together. Sorry, I have no idea.
That's okay. Persistence is everything, right?
He shrugs. Farewell, there must be more to you somewhere. Water Shaper's robe. Exceptional. Let's take a look at the guild ruins real quick. Sure, it's okay to be down here. There's no guard or anything. Ooh. Somebody might want to get some weed killer in here. Alright,
This is why you don't neglect your chores.
Yeah, see? Exactly. The stone door is sealed shut. A few engraved symbols stand out among the other carvings and inscriptions. Apart from that, you find no evident means of opening the way. Faded inscription is nestled among the elaborate stone carvings. Read the inscription. Juana runes decorate the stone entrance. Gotti would not have gifted her chosen people a watery covenant unless they persisted in deserving it. This sanctum is a covenant of our making. Only the sigil of the covenant and the words of my devoted will open the way. Periki, master of the guild. Push against the door anyway because I'm a barbarian and that's what they would do. The door stands resolutely shut. No amount of brute pressure will influence that one way or another. Wonder if our newest companion can get that open. The Guildmaster traces her heritage back to the first Water Shapers. I wish my sculptures were half as lauded as Takehu's. Probably should bring him here.
Yourself a look at
Say,
that, mate.
friend. The guild sanctum has seen better days.
The young Water Shaper leans on his broom and smiles at you. What do you do here besides not do anything about the weeds?
Simply a caretaker. I dust off Periki's tomb and try to keep the place tidy. Caring for the guild hall usually means drying off what others get wet in practice.
Kinu shakes his head with a weary smile. What's behind that stone door by the staircase?
A sanctum for master water shapers, I say. No students or outsiders allowed.
I have never been there myself. Myru assures me the room has no need of cleaning.
He shrugs, smiling. Are you a water shaper?
Akira. One of middling skill, if I'm generous. Not all of us can boast of Takehu's talent. But Nagati touches us differently, I say. The guild didn't used to allow outsiders the freedom of our halls. Akira. But how times change.
Farewell. Exceptional scale and some money. It's turquoise, some more money. Antidote. A book. More antidotes. Relentless striking. Elemental defense. Some ink harp. This tunnel descends sharply into the murky waters. There's no telling just how far into the mountain it goes. Maybe it leads to a fantastical land of mystery and other stuff. So yeah, I'm thinking at some point if I get Takehu in my party, I'm going to take him there. Seems like he might know something or two about that. Alright. Now, let's go back to the guild house and figure that mess out. Or not the guild house, the cupboard. Which was where here? Yeah, right there.
I'm not beholden to them.
I can certainly sympathize.
Alright, the window. I'm gonna make a regular save before I do this. It's been a while since I've made one. The window overlooks the streets of Pariki's Overlook. Imagine that. Second floor of Archimere's Manor is just across the way. The right tool and a practiced arm can make crossing the gap a manageable feat. Study the distance. Gap between a window and a manor is too far to leap. Moreover, the sheer wall and erratic gusts of wind make the prospect of scaling too treacherous. However, anyone with decent climbing experience could secure a grappling hook from this distance. As you observe the manor, you catch the silhouette of a lone ironclad construct patrolling the second floor. Have someone throw a grappling hook across to the manor's railing. That would be me. The hook sails across the gap and lands with a clang. After the rope is pulled back, the hook solidly lodges in the railing of the parapet. I've lost my grappling hook. Be sneaky. Got it. Rope creaks and sways, but with care and slow, deliberate progress, you safely make it to the other side. Alright, Seraphim, this is your show. We're gonna Metal Gear this.
Captain?
Looks like things are safe up here.
Done and done.
No, never mind. Never mind. Things are safe up here. About over here, maybe. This barrel. Water and ale. Take the door north of you, okay. It's like freaking Castlevania up here. No, there's only one way to go here.
My eyes be open.
Probably nothing here then. Coral snuff. Oh, I hate snuff. My brother used to use snuff all the time. Sviff. Alright. The bedroom. I think this dude have like the door magically locked or something. Unless it's a trap. Or he'd have like somebody in here.
What for? Aye. I don't be supposing we get swapped and spun.
Boots of Speed. Wait, where the hell I put him? Plus 15 deflection against engagement, disengagement attacks. Sodi, I'm gonna give that to you. On the efficacy of imps. Cult of the Sanguine Harvest. Many pitfalls of imp husbandry.
Yourself a look at that, mate.
Hood. Fine quarterstaff. And Archimir's old robe. Archimir's robes are under no enchantment but the ravages of time. Frequent use is worn at the hem and light burns have discolored the fabric, but they are lovingly patched and sewn into working order. Archimir's monogram stands out in crisp clarity, making no question of who is meant to wear the robes and who is not. I need these to get past things. I remember them saying that. He looks ridiculous. Oh crap, I just threw your armor in there. What the heck did I have you? You had your mail.
Oh, I'll give her a bound wrap.
To put liquid in some dress up. Does it have to be liquid? Does it matter? Now you need to put it on liquid. Okay. Looks like a pirate monk. So, whoa, put some clothes on, buddy. There you go. Ring of Overseeing. Plus 10% area of effect. I remember that from last game. Palm Slats. Archmage's Vault. Archimere's Notes. What help these imps offer is hardly worth the trouble of enduring their company. Yesterday I tried on a different face and my butler nearly sounded the alarm. It was some comfort that he recognized my robes. I gave the chittering fools a passphrase to avoid this unpleasantness in the future. Cider and cheese. Simple enough for an imp to recall. Alright. Aloth. It's gonna be on you, buddy.
I don't be supposing we could blow it up. Swapped and sparkling.
Black Pearl. Exceptional Scepter. Aloth, you don't have anything special equipped, do you? Keybreaker Scepter. Frighten Kith targets on critical hit. This might be an upgrade until I'm able to actually enchant this one. Other than the Frightened Kith targets on critical. I'm going to switch you temporarily, but I'm going to keep that in your inventory for when I have some money.
Captain?
Alright. So I'm guessing now I need to get down to that vault. Or just anywhere really, because now I can, I guess, pass through here. Since it's sneaking right here. Talk with a specific imp. Does it matter if they see every, like, do I need to have Liquid kind of sneak around himself? Does it matter if they see everybody else? Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. So we need to get down to the next floor.
Real quiet now.
Right.
That was scary. Alright, we need to find an imp. Alright, I need to tell the imp the phrase. Mother of Pearl. The ceramic bowls and plates inside the cabinet are all covered with a thin layer of dust. Alright, that stairs leading down, so I'm gonna stay up here.
Well,
So pretty. Could lick crystal until tongue fall off.
Is it this imp? It's the only imp here, it has to be this imp. Hi, Mr. Imp. This leathery imp cradles a gem in his claws and makes soft cooling sounds as he extends his forked tongue to lick each facet, coating it with a layer of slime. The imp is occupied and has not noticed your presence. Observe him some more. The creature obsessively pets the drool-covered gem. With a clawed finger, he draws a smiling face in the drool, wipes it clean, and then draws it again with a wet laugh. This guy's kind of weird. At the croak of a floorboard gives you away, the imp glances up, clutching the gem protectively close. He snarls, exposing rows of sharp fangs.
What you do here? My pet groundwalk filth. What you do here, huh? Why you trouble Yellow Eye 3?
See my robes, supplicant. It's me, Arkemyr. I'm merely testing out a new illusion.
This master? Give passphrase or get chewed to mush.
Apples and bananas. He advances slowly, hooking his claws with eagerness. Vailian virtue is vehemently venerated by various villains. But you didn't think I could do that. The Adra must flow. Cider and cheese.
Master or not, it's good enough for Yellow Eye 3.
The imp favors you with a nod of approval. Tell me about yourself, friend.
Yellow Eye 3 happy to serve master. His best imp, huh?
He inches closer to you, pawing the air affectionately.
First Yellow Eye died, second Yellow Eye died, now his third.
He accentuates this point by raising one finger, then two, then three.
Master gave Yellow Eye a number, so he would remember which one he was.
Will there ever be a Yellow Eye 4?
4, 5, 6 is all the same to this Yellow Eye.
Undeterred, he weighs you off. How'd the others die?
One died asking idiot questions.
He scratches his scaly midsection and chuckles. 2
died stealing baubles. 3 is more careful. 3 watches out for kabooms. Pretty crystal. Protect you forever.
The imp opens his claws to tenderly kiss the gem. Back to my previous questions.
Go on. Yellow Eye 3 has time for smelly groundwalker.
That crystal, where'd you get it? Yellow Eye 3 clutches a crystal, his eyes widening with fear.
Found lying near vault. Kept safe for master.
He quickly hands you the crystal. I've gained a translucent crystal. Thin layer of dried imp drool covers this translucent crystal. One side of the crystal contains several deep notches and grooves. It seems it was once mounted in something. Which means we need to put it back. What do you know about the vault?
Is on the lowest level, southeast corner. Sealed up like dirty secret. Burglars tried to open, but they turned into food.
He absently picks his teeth. Farewell. You need a crystal. You also need a combination found somewhere in the house to the vault. Okay.
Oh, it's just you. You no smell like Arkemyr, but eh.
Bye. Ooh, I'm gonna take all the liquor.
Hey.
Guess you guys can stop sneaking too at the moment.
What do you need? Sure.
More milk. Poultry, tarlo, veggies. Enjoy house ground stink. Kitchen. Is there food in here? Always working for Master. Well, Master wants tacos. Can you make me some tacos? This corner of the gallery has a pungent odor. The title placard reads Kawiki Valley. An unusual growth blankets the floor of a cavern. Pinpricks of torchlight illuminate distant tunnels. The title placard reads Vithrak Courtship Hive. Oh god, no. Don't even mention Vithrak.
On it.
Sentry appears to be asleep. The title placard reads Challenge of Finding Good Help, or Why I Invest in Constructs. Surface of the water ripples slightly. Every few seconds, a bear pokes its head from the trees. The title placard reads Peace and Obscurity. Stone tower rising from the forest. On the upper balcony, a young girl dashes inside when she catches sight of you. There is no title placard. Tiny imps dive and soar among noxious clouds and rocky outcroppings. The title placard reads
I've got it.
Paradise for the Deprived. For the Depraved.
Why Master need bugs? Not even taste good.
Mm-hmm. Like the kind you put tomatoes and cheese on.
On it.
A Canis bomb. And whatever that was, I missed it. Dear Customs, Animancy in a Modern Age on the FCV Tattered Note. Combination to the vault has been divined. Diamond, ruby, sapphire, emerald. The rest is up to you and your friend. Do not disappoint me. Arkemyr will show you no mercy if you're caught. You can expect even less from me. A scribbled notation in the margin written in different handwriting reads Employer, Consulhot, Kalikoth, investigate later. Doubt it's Consulhot. Why are you wandering, eh? I'm your master. The bay window overlooks gull nests along the steep cliff sides of Neketaka. Scroll crackling bolt. Let's hold on to that. Bomb. Diabo Oosa. This ingredient. And some grog. Pricky's Overlook. It's just another balcony. See if there's anything out here real quick. Or if I've been here. Oh, that's the exit. Alright, so we need to go up here to the laboratories. Vault lock broken. Where's shiny crystal go?
Butler on second floor lounge trying to eat it again. Master will be displeased.
reagent. Rune powder. Imps the real power in Deadfire. This town nothing without imps. Joy House ground stick. Can you communicate with me? No, you can't. Locate the vault. Just be down there somewhere. Dumb ironclad, say something, why don't you? Metallic construct stares back at you silently. More antidote. Rune powder, stun bomb. Flame blight. Yes, that's where I was going to come in earlier. Okay. Living Steel, Binding Copper, Animancy in the Modern Age. That's a book. Purchase order. Most esteemed Arkemir, we received your order for 2 additional ironclad constructs. You can rest assured today will be delivered within a week. Your continued satisfaction with our craftsmanship affirms that our work goes toward a righteous cause, and we look forward to maintaining your generous patronage. The missive is stamped with a sigil of Abaddon, followed by an illegible signature. This slab looks intended for Archimir's iron constructs. You sense a fractured, confused scrap of soul essence. Just read it. You walk through the halls of Archimir's manor. The layout is no stranger to you, and you navigate every turn with confidence. Your partner is your shadow, hanging 3 steps behind. Gesture for him to hurry. Little noise won't disturb the imp stewards. Ifrin nods and hastens his pace. You reach a heavy vault door. Lock is made of gems set in the stone. Ifrin is glancing over his shoulder, too preoccupied to follow your careful motions. Set the gems into their combination and pray to your contact. Got it right. Just as the vault door opens, one of Archimir's imps rounds the corner and screeches in a full voice. You spin on your heel and make a run for it. Ifrin is nowhere to be seen, but a whisper of cloth through an open doorway tells you that he's gone to hide. Where he's gone to hide. Before you can take your second step, a blow like a battering ram carries you off your feet. Disoriented and prone, the last thing you see is the fist of an ironclad construct mercilessly coming down with nothing but your head between it and the cold stone floor. Ouch.
I'll be damned if I let a soul be used for such foul means. Come with me now, you poor lost thing.
Expression grim, Zodi draws her lantern back and forth over the guts of the construct, absorbing the thief's remaining essence. Seraphin's eyes close as he nods along. Up. It's level up time. Hold everything. You're gonna be your athletics, and you're going to be intimidating. Charge. Fighter dashes across the battlefield in a flash, stunning anyone caught in her path. Vigorous defense. That's gonna be you, probably. That's fighting stuff. Unstoppable. Body control. Resistant to might afflictions. Gains additional defense against disengagement. Damage bonus to the fighter's proficient weapons. Fearless. Yeah, vigorous defense for now. Oh, you have one more. My bad. Staggered days stunned. Ain't worrying about that. gonna make you fearless for now. May end up doing what I did in the last game at some point and just kind of respecking a lot of people at some point down the road. Survival. Athletics. Actually, should probably get you in something else because the deer's already doing athletics. Do athletics for now, though. Barbaric Roar. Enemies in a line are now affected and the force can knock foes down. Barbaric Shout. Enemies all around a barbarian are now affected. Afterward, a barbarian receives bonus engagement. No. Blood Frenzy. While active, critical hits bleed targets for raw damage over time. Spirit Frenzy. While active, attacks can stagger foes. +5 or -5 might cannot engage. Savage Defiance. Barbarian channels their own irrepressible. Determination, granting a robust inspiration. Robust is +5 constitution, +2 armor. +10 health restored every 3 seconds. Costs 3 rage. It's got a lot of good options here. Man, there we go. I'm gonna go with Blood Frenzy, but oh, okay, that's right, I get 2 points. We're gonna go with those two. Alright, Seraphim. Mechanics, definitely. Bluff. Mind Lance. Pierce damage to all in line of attack and interrupting enemy actions. Wonder if that's major pierce damage to all. I wonder if that's foes or everybody. Silent Scream. Foe target stunned, AoE. Wild Leech. Excuse me. Latches on some characteristics of Psyche and drains it. Tier 1 inspiration. Pain block. Fries an ally with a mental block on her pain, granting him robust. Body attunement. Self. +2 armor rating. Foe target. -2. Increase maximum and starting focus. Foe target, foe AoE stunned. Interrupt. Go with that. Alof Sodi wants to talk. I gotta do that too. Explosives, history. Concussive missiles, flame shield, confusion, pool of Eora. Dimensional shift. Switches location of the caster and one ally. Minor arcane reflection. Hostile targets to be knocked back. Essential phantom. Wall of flame, I used that before. Writhing tentacles. I remember that, but I never used it before. Iron skin. Spell shaping. While casting targeted area of effect spells, gain the ability to increase or decrease the size of the area at the cost or benefit of power level. Use zoom controls while targeting a spell to shape it. That sounds hella useful, actually. Heart of the Storm. Gain increased penetration with electricity attacks, fire attacks, frost and water attacks, and acid and decay. Tentacles is stupidly useful. Iron skin and tentacles. Try that out. And one more. Zodi. Then we'll have our chat. Alchemy and religion. Shining beacon. Intensely luminous beacon of light, causing enemies in the area of effect take a penalty to all defenses and accrue burn damage over time. That sounds nifty. Triumph of the Crusaders. Area of effect per kill on kill plus 80 health restored. When in any ally... Okay, that's nice. Friendly AoE strong. That's actually pretty damn decent looking too. Litany for the body. Grant single target hardy for a moderate duration. That would be good for casting on a deer. Devotions for the faithful. I used this a lot before. With Durance. Divine Terror. Frightened. You got spell shaping and Sky and a Flame, Heart of the Storm, and Acid. Devotions to the faithful for sure. And I'm gonna go with Shining Beacon. Circle of Protection with Sus. Creates a large zone of divine shelter, granting allies a bonus to all defenses. Plus 15 to all defense. Ooh, that's nice. Yeah, Zodi, you're going to be very important later on with just buffing and debuffing everybody. Alright, let's wrap. Zodi sways on her feet, a soft low moan easing from her throat. She rubs a thumb over worry-bitten lips. You feeling okay? Sweat trickles a line from her temple to a drip from her chin. Her eyes are hazy, far off.
Watcher?
Slowly she swallows, throat working to bring her voice back or to keep her meal down.
It's nothing but awakened terror. Soon to pass.
She shudders hard, coming back to herself.
You may want to aim away from our watcher there if it's gonna pass out of your mouth. Sorry. I know you're going through something there.
You could call it something, alright.
She tilts her head, brow pinched as if she can't tell if he's poking fun at her or not. He probably is. Ignore him. Want to talk about it?
Now, there's no need for that. Unless...
She adjusts her chin to the right.
You see those shambling corpses, too?
At her hastily whispered words, the hair on the back of your neck stands on end. You glance around just to be safe, but there's nothing to be seen. Nothing unusual anyway, even in the direction of Zodi's staring, fixed. What do you see?
I see a body of stitched together parts and flayed flesh. It's got 3 heads and 4 stretched limbs. On each of its heads curves 3 white horns from above 3 blind eyes.
That thing sounds nasty. I hope we don't run into it.
The beast is big as a mountain, and shambling toward us beneath the sun turned black as slow.
Oh god, we're gonna run into it, aren't we? Her eyes roll skyward, and she teeters on her heels as if she's riding the cusp of a seizure. Lantern rattles in her grip. She exhales a sigh.
I know it ain't really there. Lately, it's been getting worse. Some nights I wake sweaty and shaking. Other times, I'm already awake. I got my eyes wide open, staring down the darkness, watching one lantern after another flickering out. And every soul looks so ripe, darn near rotten with a need for reaping.
We can relight the lanterns of hell, given enough time. All is not lost.
I sure hope you're right, Watcher. 'Cause if you're wrong...
Nervously, she jiggles her lantern, eyes lost in its flame. I'm almost never wrong.
I know you're right. Gon's chosen me. So until I figure out what's needed of me, I'll do my darndest to help you on your path.
She lifts her gaze to your face.
We'll figure this out together.
Shoulders square, she looks off into the distance. Is there anything we can do to alleviate your nightmares?
I'm carrying more souls than I've ever shepherded before. So, I don't know that it'll work this time, but used to be. When the dreams were riding me hard, I'd cleanse my soul before Gon. If we stop by the temple in Neketaka, I can perform the ritual. Please, I need the relief. It won't take more than a minute under Gon's statue, that's all.
Alright, chill out, we'll do it. I don't think we've been there yet. I'm sure we'll happen upon it.
You see that?
Hidden object found. No, where? Oh, that? Oh, you saw that before you were even in the room. What the hell kind of powers do you have, Adir?
I don't be supposing we could, swapped and sparkling.
Alright, got a grappling hook back. That's good. Storm toxin, that's a poison. You can shoot poisons from a distance, I'm sure. Solution. Money. Cinder bomb and some spark crackers. Oh, I think I'm full on that. What is in this door?
Kitchen Imp's got it best. Promotion can't come soon enough.
Riverweed, reed, glaveberries. Hello, Mr. Earthblight. Failed experiment. Oh, you look like one of those forest lurkers from the other game.
I've got it.
And nothing else in here, it looks like. This looks like a library. Maybe. Many pitfalls of inputs of husbandry. A whole shit ton of books that I'm gonna read one day down the road. The final journey of Journal of Jonas. That's that journal that we found 800 times in the last game. palm slats, scroll of minor healing, take that. Saru Sikir, Morning Star, two-handed. Exceptional. Poison dip, 3 corrode damage. Death sentence. Plus 3 corrode damage for 12 seconds on hit. 5% chance to kill near-death targets on tick. 5% chance to paralyze target on tick. Options. You know what? Liquid, I'm gonna go full in on having you swing big weapons. There, now you've got a blunt option.
My fingers be fat and furry, easy breezy, wet and sleazy.
That's got to be the vault.
On it.
This is the door out. I just want to look at it. I'm not going to waste a hammer and chisel if we don't need to. Save the vault for last. Your skin tingles as you approach a scrying pool. Your reflection grins up at you from the depths. Nothing going on here, it looks like. Alright, that's it except for the vault. Let's take a look-see. I keep forgetting I have a quick button for fast mode. Alright. Oh, okay. I gotta put that thing here. This device is a complex control panel made of gems set in movable stone impressions. 4 colorful gemstones are positioned around a hole in the center. Something appears to be missing, though an expert tinkerer might be able to compensate for it. Place the clear crystal into the hole. Crystal settles into its intended depression with a soft click. The surrounding gemstones immediately flash with brilliant colored lights. Examine the gemstones. Gems are exactly like the ones referenced in the combination you discovered earlier. You already know what specific rotations and positions will open this lock. Now that the missing crystal has been inserted into the central panel, all that remains is to rotate the surrounding gems in the correct combination. It's just that simple. This control panel is compressed. Okay, did that already. Enter the combination we found, because experimenting is probably a bad idea. You rotate the gemstones into their intended configuration. Sound of grinding stone builds in volume as the door moves aside. Hello, down here.
Why even have fancy dinnerware if you're just gonna keep it locked up?
Keep your weather eye open.
Okay, let's walk through here slow. There's still traps. In fact, Seraphim, I'm just going to have you walk around a little bit here. Free experience.
My fingers be fat and furry, but they're ever so nimble. Keep your weather eye open.
Seraphine, you're so good at disarming traps.
Aye.
It's so nice to have somebody that's good at it. Powerful enchantment keeps these gold bars way to the spot.
I don't be supposing we swapped in sparkling.
Cloak of Greater Protection. Plus 10 Fortitude, plus 10 Reflex, plus 10 Will. A deer. Mingoth's Teachings. Comes with Fireball, Shadow Flame. I was not offered Shadow Flame. That would be a good one to have. Death Ray. Curse of Blackest Sight, Ray of Fire, Slicken, Fan of Flames. This is all stuff I probably can't cast yet over here, but a lot of this stuff I used in the last game. Aloth, you may be equipping that. What else we got here? Factel before I forget about it. I gotta clean up my inventory at some point over the weekend. Oh yeah, definitely. I'm sitting on a fine pistol I don't even have equipped. It's that cloak you found at deer. Yeah, you've got a regular cape here. Take that.
Right fetching.
My fingers be fat and furry, swapped in sparkling.
Man, you're really proud of your fat fingers. Okay. Statue of Onikaza the First wears a knowing smirk.
Will do.
Dinnerware arrayed around the table is gleaming and polished, with not a speck of dust to be found anywhere.
Easy breezy, wet.
Frog Helm. Stone of Power. +1 intellect grants power surge. +1 all power levels. Boost power level for the duration of the fight. Aloth, do you have anything on your neck yet? Can you wear that? I think everybody has something on their neck. Oh, you've got the, you've already got +1 intellect. You've got that. Sodi? +1 bluff, +1 diplomacy. Let's give this to you then. And we'll hold on to this for whenever we actually need something like diplomacy or bluff. Let's put it in stash for now. Money.
My fingers be fat and furry, swapped in sparkling.
Sapphire. Emerald. Kabbalist Gambison, light armor, 7. Exceptional, +2, 9. Protective runes, +2 armor rating against spells. Protective runes. -10 hostile effect duration. +10 beneficial effect duration. Plus 10% chance to reflect against spells. This would make you a little bit quicker, Zodi. And it would give you some more defense. Where the hell did I put it? I did pick it up, didn't I? There we go. Oh wait, what's your deal with this? Oh, you can't enchant that. Okay, it's just special clothing. Yeah, we'll give that to you for now.
I sure do like it.
Well, I'm glad you do. If only everybody was appreciative of all the equipment I give them. Harapo Epic. A stone tablet is much eroded after years of neglect, but the elegant Huana runes decorating its surface have endured for untold millennia. Let's pocket that. That's what Tamura or Natihi wanted. Never did find Natihi again. Excuse me. Potion of Impediment. 30% chance to interrupt target on scoring hit for 47.3 seconds. Seraphim, hold on to that. Potion of Piercing Strikes. And Major Recovery. Summons 2 worms. Seraphim, you're running support. My plan is to have you run support a bit.
What for, Cap?
Alright, that was easy. I'm sure this guy's never going to come at us somewhere down the road for looting all of this. Surely not. Bye, everybody. It's been real. Alright, let's get our armor back on. Let's put that into stash. Alright. Save it. I think we got everything here other than maybe fill in some quests or something like that. I think we're going to go explore a little bit more rather than backtrack yet. So I'm sure I'm going to run into more quests that's going to require more backtracking. I might as well do all my backtracking at once. Let's head up here and see what's up in Serpent's Crown. Excuse me. Alright, so I got through one district. And I got time left. That's good. Let's see if we can get through another district. Oh, it's a big looking district. Then again, there's nowhere to really walk in these areas, so maybe it's not that bad. Alright, let's head over to Takano Estate. Let's see what's over there. Welcome, traveler. I wonder why they opted not to let you have 6 people in your party in this game. It's a bold decision. Go to the palace first. Tip. Okay. Kahanga Palace. Other buildings don't have too much point at the moment. Must have sailed far to come here. I actually did. Oh yes, Natihi. Well, while I'm here, let's talk to her.
Akira, we meet again.
Iguana dignitary gives you a welcoming smile. Pretend to drop the tablet. I got you to Harappo. Whoops. Oh my god. There is so much possibility to just play a complete and utter asshole in this game. I have questions about the tablet.
Akira, I say the relevance of the Harappo epic can't be overstated.
Sort of ironic, the Serpent's Crown is one of the least interacted with districts in the city, not outside of the palace. At least it looks nice.
It could prove a touchstone for the Huana. It could even... Sorry. You go ahead.
Why is the tablet so important to you?
It is important to all who call the Deadfire home.
Like, go ahead and sell me on why I should give you this tablet.
I only tell you this because I know you can be trusted.
I am very trustworthy.
The epic is supposed to contain information on Ukaizo,
which is a mythical island rumored to be somewhere in the Deadfire archipelago.
Nothing as dramatic as a set of coordinates, but anything helps.
Ruger streaming. You may hear some soft woofs in the background.
Stories are also important to the Huana. Much of who we are is still missing.
Soft whoops, Ruger, soft whoops. Not loud ones. What could the epic tell you about the Huana?
The story could speak to the values and beliefs of our ancestors. The language structure, narrative voice, and use of metaphor can tell us something about the time of its inscription.
She touches her bottom lip and glances off into the distance.
We could even... Oh, I've lost you, haven't I? Akira, I tend to go on.
Did you know about the epic before it fell into Akamir's hands?
Akira, from the Journal of Rakua, an explorer who found the tablet on a remote island some 20 years ago. Unfortunately for Akua, the most we found of her was her journal among the flotsam of a shipwreck.
Why is the Royal Deadfire Company so interested in the tablet?
They think the tablet can show them.
Natihi stops herself, weighing her words with care.
The way to Ukaizo.
What is this whole Ukaizo? Some legends regard Ukaizo as the wellspring of Huanan culture. Others tell of riches beyond measure. All agree that Ukaizo vanished after cataclysmic storms and volcanic eruptions blotted out the horizon, but it remains to be seen if these tales possess an echo of merit or simply romanticized in ancient fantasies. So it's similar to like Atlantis or something like that.
Akira, it's a mythical island, but that isn't stopping any of us from rushing to claim it first.
That's all I wanted to know.
Akira, the pleasure is mine.
Well, you've been super polite to me, so... I retrieved the tablet from Alchemira's vault. Plus, I found you first after I got the tablet, so it seems like fate that I should give it to you.
Akira, you've restored to us a piece of our history.
She cradles the tablet with care. Plus, you also just gave me 2,500 copper.
The Queen thanks you, my friend. We are a step closer to...
Natihi trails off as a winged, leathery figure in the distance draws closer to you. Don't worry, I'll kill it.
Hey, you the Watcher?
The imp prods you to get your attention. Yeah, that's me.
Good. If I delivered message to wrong person, Master would curse me with Archimir's annoying song that never gets out of your head.
That didn't take long.
Arkhamir, the great master, has returned. Invites you to join him at the estate. Says you know where that is.
The imp lets out a harsh, discordant chuckle, holding his claw in front of his mouth to hide a mischievous grin. What's this about?
Oh no, Master doesn't tell us imps anything.
I wonder if it has to do with any of the theft that I committed all over his property. The way he draws out each word suggests that the imp is practicing sarcasm. tell him I'll be there.
I won't need to. He already knows. Find Master in his study. Don't be late.
The imp winks at you and flutters away.
Well, that was faster than I anticipated. I had hoped for more time to work with the Queen on her formal apology, but I will have to accelerate our plan.
She frowns, clearly disturbed.
Thank you again, truly. This may be our most meaningful step towards Ukaizo. We just have to pray that Arkemir doesn't put hexes on his belongings.
She handles the tablet with care. You would suggest heading there. Excuse me. As long as this isn't going to turn into like a console hot fight right off the bat or anything like that, where I gotta fight this dude.
If he wanted to kill us, he probably wouldn't have bothered with the imp.
That is true. It's probably safe. Let's take a look around this channel area real quick. Can't help but want to look at this game. It's so nice looking. This leads back the other way.
Hunter or prey?
Ready.
Do you seek companionship on your travels across the Deadfire? Why not take a little friend along? We have many animals on offer, all well-trained and eager for a new home.
Let me see what you have.
Akira, you are sure to find one that suits you.
Oh, it's a bunch more animals. I would buy you all if I could. I don't know what the hell I would do with you, but... Oh yeah, wait, Gizmo, was that was the beagle. Aww. You move faster in combat and your party receives a bonus to reflex. You do not have a very good effect though, do you? Well, we're gonna buy them. We might not use them right this second, but we'll buy them. And if I ever end up with a ton of money and I'm not doing anything with it, I'll come back and make sure that all of you have a home. Gizmo, I'm renaming you to Jaws. Aww. He even kind of runs like my dog Jaws runs. That's funny. We'll keep you out for a little while, but if we go somewhere dangerous, we're gonna put you in a crate or something. A woman with skin like hardened sailcloth sits upright and stares off into the distance, her lips held in a tight and thoughtful pinch. She blinks and sits even straighter as you cross her view.
So, it will be you.
Her hand strays toward a sheath at her side as she holds your gaze evenly. What?
You do not know what I talk of, Akira?
You've said nothing to me that makes any sense yet.
Then I owe you an apology. I have collected many foes over the years. Some of them would sprint up the mountain to see me push through the jaws of the Great Eel.
She exhales and moves her hand back to her lap. Who are you?
You do not recognize the great huntress of the archipelago? The candle of infamy burns too bright, too fast. As Nungata Whale Splitter, I cleared the jungles and seas alike of slippery creatures. I earned my foes later, when I hunted a deadlier prey.
She winks. Men? Lots of men?
Ha! Bound
bounties. You wild ibex.
She chuckles to herself and turns away, raising her hand to hide a blush.
It's been years since I tossed a harpoon, so now I stay abreast of what bounties need filling. That's Mataru retirement for you.
Bounties do you have available?
Interested in taking up the trade, are we?
Nangata thumbs her chin and smiles as she considers.
I warn you that I deal in the heads of the exceptionally dangerous. A lady needs standards, after all.
She raises her brow and searches for any sign of hesitation. Alright, here you go. I assume that means they're exceptionally well priced.
You assume right, Hunter.
Awesome, my favorite.
Let's cut your teeth on clever Bena, infamous dwarf mystic of the obscure. A scavenger, I say. Picks off those who trust her for an evening, and then pockets their coin when she's bled them out. Bena was seen traveling on an island due southwest of Osongo.
Before I go, I have some questions.
Ask away, Hunter.
Ever miss the hunt?
I miss traveling across the archipelago, answering to no one but my empty belly and purse.
She grins out at the city and sighs.
But this is a younger woman's game. Better that I step aside and make way for aspiring killers. Akara?
Farewell. Alright, so another bounty. We are piling on the quests. It's going to be really fun when it comes time to knock them all out. I like that in games, though. I like having a ton of quests build up, and then it's like, okay, let's start knocking them out.
Hold a moment. You may visit the palace and its shrine, but be warned. The Queen meets with trading company Vipers. Take care you are not bitten.
Strange way to speak about your allies.
Mere words.
Guard gives an untroubled shrug. I have information for the Queen.
You will find her in her throne room through the door behind me. Inform the guards of your purpose. Whether the Queen will hear you above the baying of her guests is another matter.
The guard gestures toward the door, dismissing you. Alright. Ooh, that looked neat. That must be that apple thing that dude was talking about. I think he said it was in a palace.
While I am flattered by the esteemed Hazanui's confidence, I must wonder how my people are meant to have destroyed an entire colony overnight.
Valiant dignitary aims a withering look across the aisle. Middle-aged woman with a square jaw and tar-stained teeth meets it.
You tell us. It's no coincidence that your outpost at Port Mage survived the recent storm.
She pulls a slender pipe from her pocket, but at a look from the Queen's attendant, she puts it away.
You speak as if I could command the tides, while you are casting your blame in a wide net. Why not look to our Kahanga allies? We do not share their talent for shaping water.
Sizable Amawa, standing by the throne, takes a bold step forward and flares his nostrils at the assembled dignitaries. A hush falls over the room.
I say our guest forgets himself.
He clears his throat and sweeps his gaze from Nero to the rest of the room.
Brother, stand down.
Up to this point, the Queen has studied the proceedings with an even expression. She half rises from her throne as she fixates on Prince Aruhi.
You are the one who mistakes my throne room for a sparring arena. I say this is beneath us.
As Aruhi lowers his head, the Queen slowly centers her gaze on you and leaves it there. You have a really neat-looking throne.
An interesting visitor in difficult times. You cannot be here to deliver a favorable omen.
Though her mouth doesn't move, Onikaza's voice comes to you like an insistent memory nestled among your surface thoughts.
Allow me to apologize as I toss you before the wolves.
Though she turns to the dignitaries, you still feel her attention on you.
This one is a watcher blessed by Tangaloa. I suspect that many of our questions about Hasongo will soon be answered.
Queen's voice fills the expansive throne room, leaving you in a hushed silence to fill. If it pleases the court, I've journeyed from a crippled Port Maji.
I know this one. His parlor tricks frightened 10 years of every sailor in Queen's Birth.
Raising her hand for silence, Onikaza looks to her brother. He approaches and they exchange a few words too quietly to hear. She lifts her gaze to you once more.
We assembled to discuss the darkening of Hasongo, one of Rawatai's colonies. Watcher, it seems you have the floor.
She opens her palm and waits. Port Maji suffered similar damage when Aethys passed through.
Huh. What sailor's tale is this?
There's no sane explanation for what's been happening. You keep waiting for one, it'll be too late.
Does tilling the soils of the Eastern Reach drive all men mad? You sound as crazy as the Dawnstar Dreamers.
She looks at a deer the way one would look at an especially rabid but fascinating animal.
Have you not heard the rumors, Karoo? An Adra Colossus marching across the sea. Sailor tales, but credible ones.
Nero crosses his arms, looking distinctly uncomfortable.
How came a watcher from half the world away to be involved in these happenings? Enlighten the court.
Aethys emerged from beneath Caed Nua, my castle. He made this personal. Silence descends on the hall. Courtiers and delegates eye one another, seemingly gauging which of them will be first to laugh. Stern look from Queen Onikaza turns every questioning glance to stone.
Tracking down a god who stands as tall as a mountain. A fisherman with poor eyesight could do this.
Apparently you guys are missing him.
My priests will trip over their feet to interpret his divine plan. Watcher, can you cut through the din and tell for what he comes to the Deadfire?
It does, really. You think everybody in this room would be like, oh crap, maybe we should listen to this guy, but instead, we're going to try not to laugh at him instead. Yes, I plan on using Adra pillars to track and ultimately confront Aethys.
How resourceful of you. The Isles are studded with enough luminous Adra to bankroll an economy.
She turns a quiet glance in Nero's direction.
I believe our course is clear. We will send the Watcher to Hasongo.
Onikaza spreads her hands, calmly assured of her reasoning.
Set sail to the west of Neketaka. I would tell you to keep a weather eye out for a lighthouse, but the God of Light did not appreciate competition. Something to add, Hazanui? You have an eager look about you. She believes herself entitled to my ear, I say.
Onikaza's gaze wandered back to you only briefly.
Only that Hasongo is a Rawataian outpost. It would be useful for the Watcher to take one of ours along.
She inclines her chin at another woman standing nearby.
Ma'am?
A composed Amawa stands at attention, her furrowed brow cleaving down otherwise warm features. By her feet, a colorful bird preens itself without concern.
Maya's an expert sailor and a better sharpshooter. The best the Brass Citadel has to offer.
She looks you in the eye and gives you a slow nod.
Whatever comes your way, she'll see it first.
If it gets me and Ashiza out of diplomat duty, we'd set sail with a drunk scolder at the helm.
Maya sighs with resignation and nudges her bird affectionately with her toe.
Ak, perfito. Do you mean to stop Aethys by shooting him?
And stabbing him.
Seri Pelagina will go with the Watcher. Show him how the Republic's handled things.
Ooh. Nero waves airily. The guard behind him coughs politely.
Your Excellency,
Pallegina Messerai has been banished? She has been seen in Queen's Berth. I can have her report to headquarters.
Nero sizes the guard with a withering look and a sharp gesture.
You should feel no obligation to take on additional crew. The choice is yours.
I'll take Maya. Always good to have a rifle on hand.
Say the word and I'll shoot the tip off a green boy's nose.
Ijisa looks up at Maya and warbles something agreeable. Zodi lifts her chin in interest, and Seraphine strokes his braided beard beneath a quiet smirk.
You're making a mistake, Watcher. In times like these, trustworthy allies are the most valuable asset of all.
Well, you didn't really give me an option to select Pelagina back there. Maya is the other female romance option. She is my favorite personality-wise. See, this is, again, why I kind of wish they let you had 6 characters in your party. Because now it's like, to put one of them in, I got to figure out who I would take out.
Calm down, Nero. I'm sure you'll get one of your spies in place eventually.
And everybody's kind of grown on me a bit. A lazy half-smile tugs at her mouth.
In the meantime, Watcher, I hope you'll meet me in the Brass Citadel. There's more for us to discuss among friendlier company.
She glares briefly at Nero.
I believe we are finished here. Are we?
Queen Onakaza rises from her throne and the surrounding guards stand at immediate attention.
Aren't we popular? Take care at Hasongo. The Deadfire was overfull before Aethys blundered in.
Onakaza nods to you as she adjourns.
Your allies will use you toward any end. Do not give your trust lightly.
I never do. Onakaza clears her throat and sweeps the room with her gaze. In fact, I don't necessarily even trust you at this moment.
I say it is beyond time our guests lick their wounds somewhere else.
He banishes the foreign dignitaries with a swift and unmistakable disgusted wave.
Let's speak.
Choose a single class or multi-class for this companion. The choice cannot be changed later. Ranger, a Gunhawk. That actually sounds pretty neat. Scout or a Geomancer. Man, I'm totally gonna have to dig into the multi-classes in this game at some point. This might be a game where after I beat it and I'm done streaming it, I may go back and just mess around with it in my spare time and just play with different options. Yeah, Ranger. Okay. Accept. Actually, yeah. You know what? Zodi, you're sticking around for the moment. I'm gonna take you out for a while, Aloth. You might end up back, though. I'm gonna put Maya in for a bit. Tekahu is the other male romance option. Ranger is fine. Yeah, I loved Sagani in the first game. I absolutely loved Sagani, so I think I'm going to try out this one.
The chance.
And we'll even talk to her.
I know exactly what you're thinking.
Maya folds her arms and clicks her tongue against the roof of her mouth. How's it going, Shiro, by the way? What's that?
You're asking yourself, how did I let the Royal Deadfire Company plant an informant in my crew?
Chuckles to herself, but there's a note of resignation to it. Seraphine snickers quietly, and Zodi's thoughtful.
My superiors might expect me to report in from time to time, but don't read too much into it. You're not the only big thing happening around here.
Maya is a sister of Kana. Oh. Did not know that.
I'm in this for a lot of information, a little diplomacy, and plenty of target practice.
She opens her palms and shrugs. What if my actions damage the Royal Deadfire Company?
This whole campaign is a risk-benefit analysis. The Navy knows you're a gamble, and they're factoring in all potential losses.
Maya wipes a line of black powder from her cheek.
Rawatai is here to do some good work, since the Huana can't seem to do it themselves. Maybe just try and stay out of our way.
At least you're upfront about spying on me.
Better that you hear it from me than someone else, right?
Seraphine's eyes close, he nods along, Zodi puffs out a heated breath.
The company isn't in the business of reassigning officers outside of the mission unless they've got a damn good reason.
Unless you romance Maya or Zodi, they can become a couple, which is adorable. That's interesting, too. Yeah, I dig Maya. There's gonna be a lot of romance drama in my party, I have a feeling. Yeah, I dig Pelagina too. She's not a romance option in this, though, is she?
And you are a damn good reason. Take the compliment.
I'm seeking Aethys. I want no part in trading company drama.
Then I look forward to seeing how long it takes before you find yourself in someone's back pocket. Well, guess you ought to meet the bird. Ishi is smarter than he looks, but don't expect him to do any tricks.
She nods toward a colorful bird of prey hopping around your ankles.
Ishi, come.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I remembered reading somewhere that she was not a romance option.
Bird.
Deer raises one hand and waggles his index finger.
Hey, Birdie. Hey, Birdie.
Ishiza shows no sign of recognition towards Maya or Adir. Oh, he's got a little portrait. Ishiza simply claws at the ground and investigates some bugs a few graceful hops away. Click your tongue like Maya. Cocking his head, Ishiza turns to you with a mixture of curiosity and skepticism. Maya thumbs her chin, nodding.
Takes practice before he'll listen to you properly, but that's a good start.
Continue. Adir nods at Ishiza, who bobs his head in response. Adir nods twice, and the large bird replies with 2 head bobs. Adir begins tilting his head up and down, and Ishiza follows it with vigorous full-body bobs. Encouraged, Adir starts bouncing his own body up and down, at which point Ishiza stops bouncing and watches Adir with a cockeyed curiosity. Oh, dear.
Did your friend suffer a head wound?
Maya frowns at Adir. Probably. I usually stick him out front and let everything hit him while I kill it.
Before we get into deeper waters, I've got a question.
Maya clears her throat into her fist.
You've got a ship and a title. Being captain means more than just wearing a big hat. A lot of tough calls to be made.
I know, I have a big hat on right now. Eventually I'll turn it into like a helmet or something. I'm figuring out as I go, but yes.
A crew can be like family. They can also be like a nest of squalling infants. Let's say your galley cook was fixing to organize the rest of the crew into a mutiny. How would you handle it?
I'd kill her. If she had better grasp on morale, I'd cede command until we made port. Light a fuse leading to the black powder and leap over the railing. I'd get ahead of the problem and compromise with the crew.
Sort it out as equals. Interesting. Of course, the only right answer is the one that works in a given time and place. I just wanted to hear yours.
Exactly. Awfully specific question.
Stranger things have happened at sea. Believe me.
Seraphine snickers quietly. Zodi's eyes gleam with a dark amusement.
But enough about me. Glad to be aboard, Captain.
Maya takes your arm and gives it a good pump. Ask some questions.
I've got some answers.
Maya nods, giving you room to speak freely. Having Maya means more banter with the deer and animals. I'm unsure if Adir is socially awkward or if he's really high 24/7. You know what? It's all that hanging out with Zahua in the first game, probably. If your morale gets low enough, and apparently luck is rather hard to trigger There could be a mutiny on your ship. Yeah, I think one of the tutorial things actually warns against that. Tell me about your family.
Well, my parents came from the Deadfire. I'm getting a taste of my roots.
Maya exhales and glances away.
After they immigrated to Rauatai, their talents caught the Ranganui's eye. He saw them as this spectacle, this achievement of the old country, I guess. So they were honored guests. Not many Huana rose to distinction in Takoa. We were also curiosities. Even as we broke the same bread and tossed back the same wine, the Ranganui's friends always checked under the table to see if I had a tail. Kana thought it was hilarious.
You think he'd reply and be like, Kana? Island Amoa aren't that different from coastal Amoa.
You're telling me. Growing up in the Ranganui's shadow wasn't all bad. We had tutors and advisors at our disposal, and lots of folk from stranger parts than these.
It's really hard to trigger. People have complained it's really hard to get that achievement, survive a mutiny. Plus, I'm always trying to keep everybody happy, so I'd probably have to go out of my way to do it.
I spent my days learning to shoot, while my more academic siblings learned to express themselves. I leave you to judge who spent their time better.
Oh, here we go. You're one of Kana's siblings, aren't you?
Sure am. And I heard that you two spent some time together. Funny how the gods toss things together. He came back from the Deerwood with his head full of stories about the Ingwithans. Used them to make an argument for our expansion into the north, and by the gods did people ever listen. He lost some of that childish glow, but the weird ideas stayed with him. You clearly had some sway on his opinions, more than I ever did. I wish you had told Kana to give up on the poetry. He's got no ear for it.
He's not here, is he? I don't have time for non-stop blather. Glad to hear he's making a difference. Take it easy on him.
No. As his sister, I'm supposed to catalog his missteps.
True.
I do with bullets what Kana did with words. Just in case you were wondering, the comparison ends there.
Maya tips her head and studies you to make sure the point came across. How did you and Ishiza first get acquainted?
I won a shooting competition at the Ranganui's estate. This was a few years before enlisting with the Navy. As a reward, he gave me the freedom of the Royal Eyrie and said I could take my pick of the warbirds.
Maya kneels and strokes under Ishiza's beak.
Stinkfeathers here kicked a rather pretty hawk off my arm so he could have me all to himself. Been inseparable ever since.
Hello, Ishiza. Who's a good bird? Ishiza cocks his head, his eyes reflecting a mixture of friendly recognition and murderous calculation.
Uh-oh. That's his I'm hungry and you're wasting my time face. Better step back, Captain.
Let's be off. Alright. I have an alchemist. I might have you be... Alos's developing up in explosions. I'm gonna have you work on stealth. And... I already got me specializing in survival. Let's have you work on diplomacy. It's gonna take a bit. Wounding shot, mark prey, I know what that is. Merciless companion, animals do small amounts of sneak attack damage. Companion gains resistance against intellect and perception. Armor rating against damage types. Deal more damage and penetrate armor. Gain scaling effectiveness in unarmed attacks. Nah. Arms bearer. Fast runner. I'm gonna have to see what your bird can do in combat before I get too big into your build here. She has specialization for arquebus. Okay. Yeah, I see she's got one equipped. Stealth. Diplomacy. May have you switch that, but I'm not sure. Ranger can heal their animal companion. I never used that before. Takedown. Instructs the animal companion to rush a target, knocking it prone. I did use that with Itamok. Increases accuracy with range damage. Animal companion gains engagement now. Recovery penalty while moving. Gunner. Reload speeds are faster for that stuff. While wielding a single... It's already got Zodi using arquebuses too. Gunhawk comes specifically with bonuses for... Oh. I see. That makes more sense. Hey Hefe, how you doing today? Yeah, it makes sense if she's built for it then. Type of ranger unique to use event. All firearms have increased range and a chance to interrupt. Okay, yeah, that's what you're gonna be then. That makes sense. Two-handed style, weapon and shield. Shot on the run. Recovery penalty while moving is reduced for... Protective companion. Give you marksman. Stealth. Diplomacy. Takedown. Give you a blunderbuss just in case we do something with that. Stealth. Diplomacy. Marked for the hunt. Designates a single target as prey, giving the ranger and animal companion accuracy bonus against that target. If the prey is killed, the mark will jump to a nearby enemy. That would actually be useful. Hobbling shot. Ranger's shot now hobbles. Ranger's aim becomes far more accurate. Revive companion. I never used that before on Itamok. Evasive roll. Defensive bond. Fortitude, snake. Heightens the predatory instincts of the animal's companion, giving Ranger's animal companion, giving him a damage bonus on any creature suffering a damage over time effect. Well, definitely marked for the hunt. Second slot could be melee, weapon, and pistol blunderbuss. That is true. That's kind of what Seraphim had going on. Hobbling shot. Aims for a spot that will leave a trail to track. You know what? I'm going to give you... Oh, I guess I already gave you windy shot. Let's give you hobbling shot. Stealth and diplomacy. One ability. Go with that. Stealth and diplomacy. Hunter's Claw. Strikes in melee like an apex predator. I'm not worried about building up your melee. Concussive shot. Targets the enemy's head, interrupting them. Takedown combo. Next attack on target deals greatly increased damage. Brutal takedown grants a large penetration bonus to the attack. Tumbling. Stalker's Link requires protective companion. Ranger now gains an accuracy bonus from fighting any enemy threatened by the animal companion. Takedown combo. Concussive shot. Let's move you up.
You were saying?
What do you have for gear? You got dual swords.
What can I do you for?
Sodi, I think you have a good arquebus. Yeah, you do.
Captain?
Alright.
We're
gonna sit on that for a while. What is going on with your armor? Sharpshooter's garb. Light armor. +1 armor rating. Gunnery. -20 reload time with arc. Okay. What kind of enchants do you have? Return fire. Convert 15% of ranged weapons hits to crits for 6 seconds after missed by ranged weapon attack. +1 crush armor rating, +1 slash armor rating. Let's see, I'm gonna leave you with your armor. I don't think I really have any good weapons for you right now, though. I'll give you a sword for the moment. Till I guess something else I could put in, let's give you, wait, hold up. I can give you a sword and a pistol for a moment. Give her the fine sword, maybe the fine pistol that Seraphine has. Yeah. Seraphine, for now, I'm going to give you a regular pistol. Because you're pretty much always using the blunderbuss because it helps you build up focus a little bit quicker. If I remember correctly. Here, you can... That'll boost your diplomacy. Howdy, partner. Give you that. Take a cape. And I don't have anything else fancy for you at the moment, so we're gonna sit on that.
I'll put this to good use.
I like it. She looks like a cowgirl now.
You were saying? Give me the order.
Well, you're not in a mock, and you look like a bird, but maybe you're gonna be as effective as in a mock eventually. Ranger abilities, takedown combo. Okay. Does give me an extra party member, though, which is good. Not going to give her the fine arquebus. Oh, wait, Zodi has that. Yeah, you're right. Let's give her that. Zodi, for the moment, just to keep some weapon variety going on, I'm going to put your crossbow back on. Eventually, I'm going to find better gear. Didn't check low profile, the other enchantment that her armor had available. What was that? Oh, this. Deflection against ranged weapons increases with stealth skill. Nice. Okay. Alright. So, let's take a look around here if there's anybody else that needs to talk with me. Prince nods and crosses his arms, a self-satisfied smile on his lips. How's that?
You happen by a time when our rivals bicker and tear at each other's throats.
I'm good for that.
It does not take a priest to see how the gods send us an outsider to dig under the skin of our enemies.
Aruhi chuckles to himself and nods. Well, let's earn some brownie points with this guy. Honored to meet you.
Save your manners for my sister. Kohopa fashioned me for the arena, not the court.
Alright, can I draw my sword and put it under his neck and greet him that way?
I will not paddle around the island. My sister wants to know if you are as useful as you are disruptive. She trusts me to judge this.
You have not seen me disruptive yet.
You did not come this far to serve the crown, I say. But sailing is an expensive hobby. Loyal service can keep your galley stocked.
I could use some extra coin to outfit the Defiant. And buy that pair of boots I wanted at the cobbler.
Ikera, to patch a hull or stitch a sail is costly when supplies come from distant islands. The city has honest work for those in need, I say, and insists that everyone carry a heavy purse.
What kind of loyal service do you have in mind?
My sister keeps a tight grip on Nekataka, but the filth of it drips down her palm and into the gullet.
He opens his hand for emphasis and wipes it across his shoulder.
Under our noses, I say, do foreigners smuggle contraband and pay the Rapau for their silence? Take this if you need proof.
Tosses you a silver medallion inscribed with Valiant honorifics. You've gained an item, the Envoy's badge. A Valiant Envoy medallion. The Republics reward these for exemplary service.
Ikera, you are sharper than my guards for knowing this, I say. An envoy ship sank a day's voyage out of Nekataka. He wore that on his breast. My guards recovered it in a raid of the gullet. This confirms my suspicion. Nekataka has a pirate problem.
You just now noticed this. I've been in your town for like 2 play sessions and there's pirates everywhere. You're just now noticing that you have a pirate problem in this town. Aruhi's upper lips curls with distaste.
Smugglers and thieves cluster like rats in Delver's Row, a growth in the bowels of our city.
Like, I've been to, this is the 3rd district I've been to, and this is the first place I've visited in this district, and you've got pirates everywhere, buddy.
You think pirates raiding those Republic's bastards be the source of your people's agony? Wonder what the gullet folk would be thinking of that, sir.
Anyone who preys on my people will know Onikaza's justice in time, I say.
Rui narrows his eyes at Seraphin.
I want someone to peddle the medallion to the black market, earn the trust of these pirates, and learn how supplies come into my city.
His gaze rises to meet yours, cold and calculating. To what end?
It will depend on what you find, I say.
Aruhi folds his arms and scrutinizes the floor between his feet, deep in thought. Streetwise, he's telling the truth, but there's something more to it all the same, and he doesn't trust his face not to betray it.
Onikaza leaves this for me to handle. While she worries about the manor, I tidy up the basement.
Now tell me what you're holding back.
I say nothing gets past you. Is there any question why I want you for the job?
Aruhi chuckles to himself.
If we dealt only in pirates, then I would put a trusted agent in rags and send him down hiding in a food wagon. But Ikera, I have reason to suspect our problem goes deeper than we know. For this, I want an expert. They say you're on familiar terms with Ngati's chosen son, Tekehu. See that he joins you in the gullet. He knows something of our troubles already.
What's that?
He gave me his confidence, I say. I leave the rest for him to disclose. Be on your guard in the gullet. I fear the caverns run deeper than even Ngati could guess.
Princess misses you with a nod. Alright, so we're going to be taking Tekehu, I think his name was there. Oh, the queen vanished. Alright, we're gonna check out the rest of this place. What mechanism controls this door is unclear. The plate does not budge under your fingers. Wait, did I see somebody over here? Oh, courtier. That's neat. Water dances in graceful circles around this coral sculpture. A tepu. Photographer bites his thumbnail and mutters to himself. I guess you don't have anything to say right now. The Juana depiction of Hylia is almost menacing in its intensity. Be grateful for our queen's hospitality, Watcher. Though simple in construction, the sink is clean and tidy. Someone has finished off a quick meal here. Antidote. Pox cap. And a book. Check out the other room first. I hate leaving a floor partially examined before I move on to a next one. Plus, I don't know what that is, but that looks neat. Granis Aegir. You meet a tall, brown-haired man dressed in full plate mail. That might not normally catch your eye, but his mail is unusual, colored a deep green and emblazoned with the image of a golden tree. Hand on the pommel of his sword, he watches the crowd go by with keen eyes, relaxed yet fully alert. He narrows his eyes when he spots you. He looks like a game designer or something made a portrait and put himself in the game somehow. Not somehow, but like had somebody do art for him. He looks at you warily, as if he's deciding whether you are that snake, or whether you are a snake that might bite.
Well,
tell me about yourself and where you got that eyewear from. He's initially hesitant, unsure of your intent. Eyes narrowed, he sizes you up, then nods. Interesting armor you have there.
I suppose it is. Are you familiar with the shield bearers of St. Elka? We are a paladin order.
Nope.
The order began as guards for Elka, a noblewoman emissary of Kulkin, who bartered for peace with the kingdom of Vadir.
It's a backer. Oh. This is a much better way of having him in the game than what they did last time.
The Order's founders were forbidden to bring weapons to the meeting, and she was attacked. With only their shields to aid them, they fought off her attackers and brought her to safety. She later died of her wounds, and the shield bearers of St. Elka were born in her memory.
He clears his throat dramatically.
I am the son of a disgraced noble family. My father and brothers were executed for treason when I was a boy. Rightfully so, I must add. And my mother, sister, and I were thrown out on the street. All we had to our names was a trunk full of heirlooms. One of them was this suit of armor, which belonged to my eldest brother. Now I endeavor to live up to its promise and redeem my family's honor. That's the long and short of it, really.
Can you teach me what you've learned as a member of the Shield Bearers?
Well, you would need to become a shield bearer yourself to really learn it all. But I suppose I can teach you a thing or two as we stand here. The privilege will run you 3,000 copper, however.
No.
As you like.
Asking for a fortune. Makarama the Buoyant, beloved of Nagati. Panuma Bird Scorned, greatest of explorers. Hemunga Makapu, defender of his people.
Will do.
I'm gonna take all this stuff right in front of you. I hope you don't mind. There are multiples of those backers spread out over Dunnage and Nikataka, and each of those buffs are permanent, which are quite good in the long run. Yeah, definitely something I'm going to go back and get at some point.
Bharati pays coin to feed the great eel.
What say? What say indeed?
He smells one touched by the great eel, does Bharati.
I've taken a bath recently. I was at the bathhouse. A sizable Amawa tilts his head up and looks down, his nose at you, flaring his nostrils with hungry interest.
You are a man who sits across a fire with death. Akira?
The Pallid Knight and I are on familiar terms. He nods, clasping his hands with quiet delight.
For glutting mighty Tangaloa and hurling foes into their next life, Barati can offer payment. Coins for feeding hungry gods. Akira?
You collect bounties?
Rewarding those who appease the great eel. This is Barati's cause. May the beasts of the Dreaming Lands never know famine.
Barati inclines his head and touches his brow, holding the pose with deep reverence. What bounties do you have available?
Tangaloa rolls a hungry eye toward Dichila, a Valian captain who scouts for luminous Adra in sacred lands.
Barati squeezes his knuckles until they're bone white. I'll take the bounty.
Akira, Tangaloa knew it would be so. Dichila sails her Voyager Alisio around the waters south of Nikitaka. The great eel hungers for her soul.
Barati touches his brow and inclines his head. Before I go, I have some questions.
Ask, but do not keep the great eel waiting.
And never mind, farewell. The quiet gurgling of the fountain is a constant backdrop in his spacious chamber. That's that main exit out into the second
You
floor door we've seen.
songwriters need a guild if you hope to learn discipline.
Not so. We speak in the tongue of Ngati and Amira. Your pretty dances may upset the puddle, but we command the wind and sky.
Hey, I have missed our little talks.
Akira.
On it. While Aruhi's collection is impressive, few of the blades are actually sharp. Let's take a wand. Exceptional large shield. Guard Brigandine. That's not as good as what you have, dear. You're the only one I want in heavy armor right now. Guard helm. Huana colors, that's the flag for the ship. Dear, what's going on with your shields right now? You got a medium shield and a large shield. Let's give you... +1 enemies engaged. I thought I had this on you at one point. I wonder why I took it. Oh, I think I was trying to keep your accuracy up, but I'm actually going to try to keep you with a large shield for the moment. Just for the moment. I'm going to see how bad it messes you up, or if it doesn't. Find sword in storage. Stormspeaker's warning. My prince. I have warned Kamaka against calling rain over the outsider forts, but she still delights in rusting their weapons and muddying their soil, which tells me that someone must have put her up to this trickery, someone she trusts. She admires you, my prince, but I say that she is a storm you cannot control. Onikaza will not thank you for prodding the eel's den. You have given enough faith to trickster Nagati. Now take Amira's example and await the hatching of the egg. Excuse me. Turbulent skies speak of change and upheaval. I say let them come, but save your strength for the days the skies open. I recommended that Kamaka seek you out. There's a place for her in the fleet if you find yourself in need of Amara's sharpened beak. From the Isles, Stormspeaker Bado. Mine, 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 and mine. Whatever creature these jaws belong to is clearly massive. Okay, there's a way up. That's rooftop. We didn't loot this room. Oh, I'm sorry, not loot. Inspect. We didn't inspect this room. What an unusual bird, I say. Do you mean a deer or this thing that's behind me?
I've got it.
Hey. What pages lie strewn between the books hold a strange arrangement of letters, not all in the Huana alphabet. Excuse me. Potions. Potion of iron skin. And a stiletto. Kiwi fruit, hardtack. Antidote, some fish.
What we hear?
Rod, robe, some more antidotes.
Will do.
Scroll of major healing, Sodi. And scroll of revive the fallen. Definitely Sodi. Alright. That was it for this floor. Let's hit the rooftop. So is there any reward for Romance's 10 win, or is it just like flavor stuff? It's out of curiosity. Because I think Baldur's Gate had like rewards for it, but I don't remember. It's been so long. Ooh. Okay, that looks nice. Motes of light dart through the winding streams of water like schools of fish. Oh, here's where you disappeared to. Oh, you've got... Oh, man, you got tigers up here. Character will talk different to you. Some new interactions. You saw the one with Alof I saw on Twitter. New ending card. Okay. Yeah, I was just curious.
You make a habit of turning up uninvited.
You're gonna have a place like this up here. I'm coming up to party. Queen has affected a far more relaxed posture. A pair of tigers lounge indolently beside her seat.
Kahopa, Tangaloa, welcome, our guest.
She nods down to the cats. They fix you with attentive stares that cause many of the courtiers and attendants to gasp.
Watch out. When these things lick, well, I hope for your sake you're not ticklish.
You travel with a brave crew, Watcher.
Onikaza smiles up at her deer. Good Hopa, good Tangaloa.
Nothing to fear, I say. If a queen cannot wrangle two cats, what right has she to the Deadfire?
That's what I say too. She drags a hand over both of her massive heads. They lean into the gesture.
There are many leagues between here and Hasongo. I trust you have packed for the journey?
She raises a quizzical brow. I just wanted to look around.
Then look. Take in every delight, within reason. But do not waste my time.
She dismisses you in a casual way, but you catch a trace of amusement in the gesture.
The boldness of foreigners.
She shakes her head and strokes the nape of a tiger's neck. I feel like I need to have somebody follow me around. And just... their whole job is to relate my story from the previous game to everybody that just kind of waves me off dismissively. Killed Console Hot. Prissy the stray cat. What's your deal, Prissy? More effective at healing spells and potions, but your party members regain health when they kill an enemy. That's not terrible. But yeah, killed Console Hot. Killed 2 dragons. Killed Theos. Lord of Cod Nua until some dude broke up out of the basement. You want a hype man? I totally should have a hype man. You find a young man with long blonde hair drawn back and a simple club. His clothes are spare but well tailored, and his armor, a fine brigandine in blue and silver, is polished to shine. He leans casually to one side, a clean hand on his hip, his eyes bored. His eyes light up when he sees you.
Hello there. Come to have a word? I don't bite, I promise. Yes?
Tell me about yourself.
Gladly, my friend. Gladly. And how kind of you to ask.
He clears his throat with a theatrical wave of his hand.
I am the youngest son of a noble house. Now, don't make that face. Poor, desperate fool, you must be thinking. Well, waste not your sympathies on me. Truly, I consider it a boon rather than a punishment. All the comfort and none of the responsibility. What's not to like about that?
What are you doing in a Deadfire, then?
What else brings faraway travelers to the archipelago? Adventure. I've nursed a great love for heroic tales since my boyhood. As I was loafing about my father's estate, I thought, well, Gervard, isn't it time you made a name for yourself as well? So here I am. And though I dare say I'm little use in a fistfight, I can do a fair bit of magic and draw a lovely map. So I've taken to charting the interior wilderness of the Deadfire's larger islands.
That sounds dangerous in its own right.
Ah, but it's worth it for the stories I'll one day have to tell. But truly, if I could only inspire others as I myself have been inspired by those old tales, why, it would be marvelous. Anyway, enough of my prattling. Surely you've other things to do.
Can you teach me what you've learned in your adventures, and how much are you going to charge me for it?
Oh, it would be my absolute pleasure. For a price, of course. 3,000 copper?
Enhanced history and arcana. Not yet.
I'll be here if you change your mind.
Worth it for the stories I will one day tell if I survive. Dead men tell no tales, buddy. Dead men tell no tales. I love what they've done with the water effects in this place. I think I really like the setting in this game, because a lot of games that I've played in the past, like, don't have like an island setting like this. Like, this feels original to me. From what I'm used to, anyway. RPG-wise. I had a feeling, even when I read about this, and I knew there was like pirates and stuff like that, and this was going to be really neat. Alright, let's go down this way. Yeah, exactly, it's colorful. And whoever came up with, yeah, we're going to have water shapers and we'll have, like, water sculptures everywhere. That was brilliant. Like, that was a very good idea. Alright.
You ever wonder if it's unhealthy to carry a lantern full of lost souls?
You mean like if I keep at it, they're gonna do something worse and give me nightmares?
I suppose we're past the point of unhealthy.
Alright. I'm gonna check these places out real quick. Get into the next district. Just taking the sights. Even if there's not that much going on with them right now. Familiarize myself with them. Now again, I am going to be off streaming for like the next 4 days because it's a weekend and I've got 2 days off with my girlfriend, just hang out after that. So I am going to try, if I get some time, to put some stuff up on YouTube.
See the scratches on the wood?
Even if I can just manage to get through Ultima, Quest of the Avatar that I was working on before. That or do some more lore reading stuff. Before you go to the next district, head back and visit the Valiant headquarters in Queen's Berth because you can recruit Pelagina. Okay, I'll do that. Definitely to get Pelagina hanging out with me. An older Mataru man stands ringed by a younger Juana. Apprentices or pupils, it seems. His robes shimmer with quartz beading, and his perfume announces his presence from across the room. Yet beneath his finery, he looks like a fighter gone to seed. Disused muscles flop from his arms, and flab pads him like so many layers of skin. He looks up and notices you.
Greetings, and welcome to my home.
He gestures to the lavish room, puffing his broad chest out a little more.
For what do you come to my villa?
Beaming, he spreads his arms wide. There was a door, and I opened it, and I entered because there was a building.
Nice house. Be a shame if someone nudged it over the mountainside.
You Rauataians have the strangest sense of humor.
He laughs loudly, but panic flickers in his eyes. Read Takano's soul. Your essence slips from your body, and Takano's soul enfolds yours like a warm, oily thing. As his fears and questions seep into you, your perspective shifts to his. At first, you worried this savannah folk before you had been sent by the Valiant debt collectors. It would be a low trick, taking advantage of your famous hospitality, but then those Valiants are crafty. Perhaps your villa was bigger than they might know you are a man worthy of respect. At least you have the shell. You tuck it away not only for safekeeping, but also because you are a little ashamed of it. How could such a simple, ugly thing be sacred to a god? But it was a gift from the queen, so you keep it. Your gaze strays to the wall. Yes, you must knock down that section there. Install a wide, grand window once you have the money. You retreat from his soul to find him watching you with a placid smile. Farewell. Yeah, you think it'd be really obvious. Unless it just happens in an instant, because you're standing there doing all these things while you're reading his soul, and he's just like standing there like, the hell's this guy's problem? You could have a very immersive playthrough. There's that whole drunk stance. You could play a character who acts like he's a drunk, like you could do a drunken monk. And he acts like he's drunk, but he's actually, you know, with it. It's basically there just to fool people while he's reading their souls and stuff. You know, if you're into that kind of thing. I won't steal. Basically, it's all, yeah. Maybe alcohol instead of drugs.
I've got it.
Or whatever your preference is, you do you. This shark portrayed mid-leap has been carved from a single piece of wood. You see cracks along the surface of this battle horn where it was carefully repaired. A wide blade is mounted here. Beneath it, an engraving reads, "For courage in battle." Nobody sees me. Takano's key. I'm sure he won't miss that.
I don't be supposing we could easy breezy wet.
Oil of Allure. Potion of Merciless Gaze. I really like that it like highlights whether somebody can see you or not when you're stealing. Makes theft a lot easier. Makes more sense too. I mean, it's going to be obvious whether someone can see you or not. Most of the time. Alright, so we're done there for the moment. Let's head over to Una's Luxuries. Una's not home, apparently. Each island in its miniature model has been carefully sculpted, lined with carved rings to indicate height.
At last! Akira, I have waited a second lifetime.
Yeah, who are you again? Let's take all this. Various unfinished letters lie scattered across the desk. You catch fragments of a meandering apology, largely obscured by spilled ink. I'll talk to you in a moment. I need to see what valuables you have first. Palm slats. Money.
On it.
Palm slats. Say, what is this? Monsters of the Dead Fire. On the provenance and ruination of Nikitaka's old city. It's another book, basically, I guess. Rise of Cypher-Rengas. Aw, it's a dog. Did your owner die, buddy?
No one to check up on her, I guess.
Every. What can you do? Bonus to resolve and resolve affliction resistance. Also, the duration of resolve affliction applied to your party is reduced. This ghost is probably getting really annoyed just waiting for me while I loot their property. Muhai's remains. The lifeless body of a Huana woman recovered from an estate in Serpent's Crown. I'm gonna actually talk to the ghost before I just randomly decide to run off with this dead body in my inventory. Because that would be a little bit weird. Stealing a baby in the first game is one thing. Stealing a dead body for no reason is another.
There you are.
Spirit tilts her head, considering you. After a moment, she reaches a hand towards you. Reach out your hand. Your hand passes through hers. She lets out a soft sighing sound and draws her hand back.
I did not expect to wait so long for Rikuhu's messenger. Or have you come as Barrett's usher? The foreigners twist even our gods. Should you not be a dwarf?
I'm not the usher, I'm a watcher.
Akira, I have not met one before. Nor will I again, I think.
I'm not usher, I'm genuine.
But you are here to take me away, are you not? Well, I refuse to go. Never will I move from this place until justice is done.
God, I'm gonna have Pony in my head now all day. She stamps her foot soundlessly.
I follow Magrin's way. Yet sickness took me before my time. I died alone and without honors. It must be put right. My body cannot be left here to rot, forgotten. I feel it there like an itch.
Curious how the interaction is if you play a dwarf. Yeah, maybe you can trick her. Who were you?
I have been many things. And in performing my duties, I brought honor to my caste and to my kin. A sea captain. A great explorer. Trusted advisor to the Queen herself. Now, that is before I left the sea for the mountains, to make maps and guide others. Chief Navigator. That is what I made of myself.
Do you know where you are?
I can see nothing in this place of death but distant lights. But I feel I must be close to where I died. I have not taken one step since the darkness came.
You should go for a walk then. I'm getting pretty bored. What's the last thing you remember?
The sickness. Days of it. Lying in my own filth as the disease withered me. I passed from wakefulness to sleep with every breath. But I knew at once when it was over.
Is that why you haven't moved on? I could help you.
Of course. Some kind of mistake was made, and now Magrin will put it right. I thank you. Please, search my home. My body cannot be far.
Alright, let's take the body. Alright, I got your body.
Have you found it? Akira, I hope I have not rotted away.
I found a body in the bed. I assume it's yours.
Yes. To think, a Mutaru of the Kahunga tribe left to die alone and forgotten. Unthinkable.
No one deserves to end up like this, I'll put it right.
Then I was right to wait. All will be made right again, and I will rest. Take my body to the Temple of Magrin in the Sacred Stair. There is a great fire there that burns eternally. Burn my body there, so that it may be dedicated to Magrin in death. I cannot pass from this life until all is in order.
Are you sure this is what you want?
Of course. When all is done, Magrin will light a path for me. Or else, if I must face a final test of my navigator's skill, I will impress her.
Alright, we can do that. We'll head that way at some point. Not been there yet. Alright, further up, we gotta check out this estate, and then we're gonna
You'd be better off
go.
mooning after someone with half a foot between their ears, lass.
You can't dictate what the heart wants, Seraphine. Thought you, of all people, would know that.
Well, the heart can be a right stupid git sometimes. It don't always deserve your listening.
No lockpicks required. To break into a random house or not to break into a random
My
house?
fingers be fat and swabbed and sparkling, Cap.
I'm sure this went well. You should have Pelagine in your group as you head to the Sacred Stairs. Okay. Yeah, we'll be going to get her in a second anyway, as soon as I check this place out.
Could be
Crap. Is there, like... She has a quest that starts by walking around there. Is there, like, a quest reason to come here? That I should pick up the quest before I come in here and start killing things? Or is this kind of a self-contained place?
Missed.
A quest you get in Dunnage of all places. Okay. I'm gonna save this then. Alright, let's back out of here. Quietly. Alright, so we need to go back to that first area. Alright, Queen's Birth. Group of Principe sailors approaches you in the streets.
Ventre, a moment.
A tall, weary man blocks your path. He wears a sly smile as one might wear their most comfortable trousers.
I saw you speak to my dear amico Degnos, so I thought to myself, why, Talfor, you must meet him too.
Arrayed about him were a small group of kith, well armed and armored. Isn't that the guy I got the satchel for? Yeah, it is. Your errand boy lost his satchel. I'm returning it to him. Punch Talfor. I almost feel I should do this because it calls back to when I just punched Gathbin in the face after he said the very first thing he said to me. I've read your letter.
Ah, and what did you think? Perguano, regale me with your thoughts.
I imagine Iveta will have some choice words about this.
A shame, then, that you will not live to hear them.
Let's see, we have a wizard who happens to be standing next to a gunpowder barrel. A pistolier, a cutthroat, a pistolier, Talfor, and a priest. Okay. Seraphine, how quick do you think you can knock that barrel right there? Go after that. I am surrounded in a very poor formation here. Alright, let's see what we can do. Devotions for the Faithful. I'm not going to use that yet because I want some enemies nearby. So we'll hold up on that. Vile Thorns. Let's actually try because I've not used this yet. Oh, never mind. You got to be close for that. But I might stop this guy right down here because he's going to rush her. Let's give it a shot. I'm sure he's going to run down into it, or he's going to run up into him. It is going to be so weird attacking with a bird. I'm used to like a fierce wolf. Alright, you get into a shooting fight with him. You go after him. What's up with your AI? I'm going to leave you with your aggressive AI for the moment. Mark for hunt. You go after him. Liquid. Start swinging. A deer. Go out to Talfor. Okay, now get back just a little bit more. So I don't remember how big that explosion is going to be. Use this on Liquid. Actually, you know what? Wait a minute. What else do you have up your sleeve here? No, wait. Paralyze a Pistolier.
Me too.
Zodiac Cutthroat ran right past you. Devotions for the faithful right there. Nighty night. God, I love that. Alright, Seraphim. Let's do this on the bird. Sodi. Heal the bird. Okay, now, actually, I'm gonna have you go melee on this guy. Cutthroat.
Let's go.
Going after Pistolier. Oh, did you kill my bird? I think you killed my bird. And now I've killed you. Go melee with him while you're down there. Sodi, keep getting him. You three are going to work on this guy. Paralyze him, possible. Liquid. Let's see what Blood Frenzy does. A deer. I'm real curious about Mule Kick. Did you use it? Oh, now you're dazed. Okay. That guy's dead at least. Sodi, keep going melee with him. You're alright in melee for the moment. Shoot that guy dead. Shoot that guy dead.
Not even close.
Ooh, liquid. Second wind. I think you'll be okay, but do it anyway. Alright, now.
Stronger.
Nighty night. Alright, get the priest. Sodi, what can you do here? Strong inspiration, do again, +5 might. Instead, because Liquid needs healed. Liquid's right there, so let's use that.
Let's go.
Still got it.
Nice. Alright, now go back to using your crossbow. Actually, let's drop him. Or Liquid. Crush, that works too. One of your Watcher abilities is a heal.
Sure thing.
I keep forgetting I have it. I'll get used to it the more fights I get into. Mail armor. That. What's this? Fine dagger. Yeah, definitely gonna do some inventory management off stream at some point. Let's pop this on and do it for like 5 minutes like I do sometimes. Boots of Evasion, +8 reflex. Find mail. Let's see real quick. What's this? Saber. Oh, here, you can go into the stash for now. Little doggy. Does anybody need a fine dagger for anything? No. I get put away. Boots of Evasion. A deer, that's something else that'll help you be protected. 8. That's light armor. I want you to keep that for now. Servant's Paddock Mail 8. Is that fine, what you have on? Yeah, it is. Fine mail, you're good. Alright, just pocket that for now then. How's the soulbound weapon going? Almost there. We are almost there.
I've got it.
Alright, well that was an easy fight. Mostly.
All right.
I have lost reputation with Prince B. They'll get over it. Alright, yeah. Let's go to the Overlook real quick. Whoops, cancel. Let's go to the manor. It's on the way. I didn't loot everything. I looted the one guy that had the magical gears, at least. Probably the rest of it was just like regular stuff. Glad you guys have no problems with me being here again, because I totally did not equip that robe. Hi, you called? I'm gonna just save it because you're an archmage.
I trust you had no trouble finding the place.
Sighing, Arkmir glances up from a roll of parchment. He takes up a quill and draws several lines across the calendar entry, digging the nib hard enough the scratching fills the silence.
Nekitaka is either a testament to the ancient Huana's love of labyrinths, or their hatred of straight lines.
He grimaces and rearranges several of the objects situated on his desk. You can cheese some soulbound weaponry by throwing cinder bombs, for example, to do fire damage. That could be helpful. Age, not the Huana, has set the bones of the city at crooked angles.
Sadly, I did not invite you here for a discussion of city planning.
You should consider it sometime. I'm good at that.
I warn you to stay your hand and treat with me better than you did poor Consolate.
I'll definitely do that because I am nowhere near as high level as I was when I killed Consolate. Don't mess with me when I'm level 16, no. He pauses to study your reaction with interest. Consolate didn't give me much of a choice. Sighing, he raps his knuckles on the top of the desk.
But let us get to the business of the hour, shall we?
He opens his palms.
My estate was recently burgled. My vault breached.
He sighs, drawing a sheaf of papers closer and then pushing them away. I know you know I did it. I know I was the one who burgled it.
How very pleasing to hear an honest admission.
I know you know, so there's no sense in lying.
At the Circle's behest, I'm expected to show restraint in these dealings.
His nails dig into the armrest of his chair. A tearing sound fills the silence between you.
You manage not to rouse a peep out of my servants. If nothing else, the lack of disruption is appreciated. I am less pleased about the Harappo epic resting in the hands of those who lost it once before.
In the hands of its rightful owners, you mean?
Did I ask a question?
No, but I answered one. Arkmir glances to the left and right. He waits before continuing.
The Circle of Archmagi wishes for us to put this unpleasantness in the past with a gesture of good faith.
When he finishes his air quotes, his elbow knocks over an inkwell. Arkmir simply glares at the spilled ink until it retreats back into his receptacle. Klutz. Go on.
The Circle has expressed concerns about a certain mobile deity. The Deadfire is a fragile place, and a blundering soul drain like Aethys can damage more than just castle keeps.
The Deadfire will be lucky if any of its reefs endure this long walk of his.
Indeed. It isn't our desire that you apprehend the deity. That simply isn't practical.
Are you sure? I had this plan to throw like a lasso around his ankles.
We need your help in preparing for the worst possible outcome.
Arkemir presses his thumb down on a spider crawling across his desk. His upper lip pulls back with delight. This isn't just restitution. The Circle's worried.
We do not worry. We measure, and the resulting value dictates action.
But you still worry.
You are only involved because it is advantageous for knowledge of the Circle's involvement to remain discreet. The wizard Bikana installed an observatory due northeast of Neketaka. For your absolution, the Circle asks that you locate her research.
Why ask me and not Bikana?
She vanished from academic research, and therefore her livelihood. All signs point to her lab being abandoned.
What are you hoping to learn from the stars?
That the Circle's concerns are utterly unfounded, of course.
His eyebrow arches up.
No doubt you'll recognize the appropriate documents. You have an eye for valuables.
I'd do that. I'll get your research notes.
Fair warning. A vessel flying the sigil of the Torn Bannermen set a course for the observatory.
Oh god, those guys again. The Torn Bannermen. The guys where I did a stream where I thought I was going to be able to easily do it in a certain amount of time, and they took up like 3 hours of my time killing them all. I remember them. Frowning, Arkemir sifts among his correspondence until he sets upon a one he seeks.
I have every reason to believe they travel armed.
Of course they do. They're elite mercenaries we faced off at the siege of Cragholt.
Did I inquire after your personal history?
Arkemir sneezes into his sleeve and grimaces. No, but you know you wanted to know.
My interest begins and ends at a single point. That someone of great means desires abandoned arcane research.
You know, that's funny. They did, too. Because they actually killed me a few times. Consulhot I killed on the first try. And it was funny because the whole time he's like, oh, there's Torn Bannermen or nothing. I can deal with them anytime I want. I can just sit in my castle and let them bang on the door the whole time. And that's not the way it played out.
Research which we disregarded.
He clears his throat and glances away.
Come back alive. Or not at all. Now, if you don't mind, I have a manor to restore. And a security system to reevaluate.
He frowns toward the door before turning his focus back to his desk. Alright. Yeah, they were total jerks. So we're gonna go get Pelagina, and then I'm probably gonna stop. I might like step into the next district real quick. Because I am starving. Alright, let's go to Queen's Birth. We got stuff done today. We're still exploring districts, but we got a good bit done today. Okie doke, I'll be here. Let's see. We gotta go to the headquarters for the Valian, whatever. Actually, I gotta check real quick something. Give me a mo.
What all do you write in those reports of yours, Maya? Did you detail the Watcher? What about me?
I may have told the company one or two choice details about you.
For real? You thought me worth noting in your politic papers? Maybe I'll make my temple proud yet.
So you're flattered? Interesting. Guess I'll add that to the next report.
Alright, we need to go to the trading company headquarters, which I've not actually stepped inside of yet. I'm gonna have to take a look at my quest log when I get down here just to see how big it's getting. Probably fairly big. There's so many sections now too to check out. Oh yeah, we got a good bit of stuff to do. So we can ignore any of these Red Skull stuff for a while. Alright, fast mode off. I talked to you before, didn't I?
Ak, my little privateer.
Okay, yeah, you were a bounty giver. I remember you now.
Headquarters are still closed, sir.
Perhaps we can arrive at a mutually beneficial understanding.
If you're interested in making a donation, I'd accept it with thanks. But the doors stay closed.
Here's a coin for your trouble.
Much appreciated, amico.
She pockets your coin. Back to my previous
If it
questions.
involves a spirited discussion of letting you into headquarters, you're wasting your time. But go ahead.
Farewell. Darn it. Sorry, I had to look at something. Wait till day? Okay. Doesn't look like I have that much time to wait. There we go. Oh, so you can get in here during the day. Every time I've walked by this building, it's been nighttime. That's why. Thought they just really didn't want anybody inside. Hi, old friend.
Ado Watcher. The Cantonichesi sent for me. It seems the Republics have need of me again, thanks to you.
It's difficult to read her expression. The corners of her mouth briefly twitch into a smile, but there is worry in her eyes.
Do you have need of me?
I will always have need of you, Pelagina.
Good.
She nods sharply and steps forward. Okay, I can make you a Crusader, a Herald, or a straight-up Paladin. You have a subclass, which is, whoa, Firmes Mis Canksuolius. I'm gonna put you in... I have no idea how you're gonna fit into the party, because I kinda want to keep Seraphine around for mechanics, and I kind of want to keep these two around for a moment, and I kind of want to keep Adir for the moment, but we'll see.
At your service, Watcher.
Plus, I need you for the next area. I do think I'm going to level you off stream, though, since I'm going to stop here in a minute anyway. But let me see what all you've got going on here. You've got Desgraza breastplate, medium armor. What's your chance for this? Defiant, -5 damage taken, improves his wearer loses health. Grants. Caster projects an aura of defiance to nearby party members, reducing the damage they take but losing the benefit of defiant for themselves. That'd be nice backup for Adir. It's nice to see you again, buddy. It's nice having old friends around.
Tell me.
Alright. We're gonna take a walk through this place real quick, just see what's going on.
What
be here?
Something hidden. I'm glad that wasn't stealing, so I didn't stop to look. Every leaf of parchment is coded in dense jargon. The clerk busies himself about the room, favoring you with a brief glance. He rubs under his eyes and exhales through his nose.
Welcome back to the office, sir.
He bows to Pelagina.
Ado, Luca.
She dips her head slightly in acknowledgement.
If you or your friend have business with the company, I am disposed to listen.
Examine the clerk. Luca's shirt is spotted with a number of faded purple stains you recognize as droplets of wine. Someone has tried, unsuccessfully, to wash them out. Noting your interest, Luca tugs his jacket closed.
The servers at the tavern are clumsy. Most clumsy, indeed.
So are the drinkers. He clears his throat and fans his neck. What is this place?
Stumbling from the street, I see.
Luca sneers and surveys you with a patronizing look. I'm sure you've stumbled in from the street a few times yourself, judging from your wine stains.
This is the heart of the Valiant Trading Company. You would know that if you had a reason to be here.
I've got the reason I had to be here at my party right now.
From her office, Governor Alvari carries out the will of the Songretta Mea Compressa.
The who's a what? Congress of the Company, a body of 11 high-stakes investors who collectively operate the Valiant Trading Company.
We clerks are the fingers of their long reach.
He clutches his hand over his heart and bows sharply. Oh, I could take this. Wait.
Something I can do?
Palm slats and midwife's memoirs. Pelagina's just leveled up again, I think. Or no, it was just, I guess it was just showing me she was already leveled up. That's company property, leave it alone. What is that? You won't let me touch it? Alright. Before you end up in this, exactly, that's right. Lighting in here makes for a flattering reflection. Numerous guests appear to have carved their names into the wooden frame of this painting. In the bathroom.
Echosi, you have business here?
I've just come from Port Machi. Jesus. Governor Clario suggested I might find work here.
You're in luck. The governor is between meetings. Go on in.
During the night, you sneak into the building through the sewer and you will crawl up through the toilet. Ah! Lueva Alvari. Standing next to her desk and lost in thought, Governor Alvari looks up at your approach. Her expression of intent, focus, thaws. Wait, hold on. Her expression of intent, focus, thaws instantly, and she greets you with a startlingly stunning smile. I mean, that's a good thing. I'm going to get something to eat after this.
The Watcher. From the palace, yes? You made quite the impression on the Cantanicesi. He went on for ages. Welcome. Make yourself comfortable. I am Lueva Alvari, Governor in Residence of the Valiant Trading Company here in Nekataka. What brings you to my door?
I've come from Port Machi. Governor Clario suggested the Valiant Trading Company might have work for me.
Generous of him. I'm a little surprised he gave you up, to be honest. His operations on Port Mache must be going more smoothly than reported. How much do you know about the luminous Adra trade?
What's your interest in the Adra? Because I like to answer a question with another question.
It sells for its weight in gold. Our investors have charged us with claiming every vein we can reach.
Alvari punctuates her blunt statement with a smile.
Every viable deposit is of interest to us. Cartographers, surveyors, at any moment we have a dozen expeditions underway. Some weeks ago, we received word of a large quantity of luminous Adra on a distant island. Pukokahara. It is not charted on any of our maps. However, Pukokahara is said to neighbor the island of Tikawara, and we've already made contact with the natives there. We dispatched an expedition to Tikawara with instructions to locate the Adra site and determine its value. Our people have neither returned nor sent any word on their progress.
Alvari spreads her hands in a gesture of helplessness.
We are too long delayed, and someone must finish the job. A watcher can determine if there is essence in the Adra, if it is worth the trouble and investment to remove it. Information for which we are willing to pay.
If I'm to sail to Tikawara, I'll need to purchase some supplies, just saying.
Yes, I take your meaning. Here, a taste of what's to come.
1,000 copper. Well, I'm coming back for dinner then,
This
because
will be of some use to you, I think. It entitles you to act as a commissioned agent of the Valiant Trading Company. Present it and you will be recognized as such.
Alvari presses a document into your hands. I've gained a Valiant Trading Company writ of commission.
Until then, I believe we're finished. Return here once you have word of our agents and our prize. Oh, and take care upon the open sea. There are greater hazards in these waters than a few pirates.
I like when we're talking and Zodi just raises her lantern and starts waving it around. At random. It actually looks really nice when she does it, especially if you're like in a dark cave or something like that. But it's funny when you're talking to somebody in an office and she just does it at random. Money. 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 Moons Viora. Let's go down here. We didn't check over here yet. Watcher. Valiant Commoner. Nothing else in here. Alright, let's go upstairs. It's a balcony area. We'll look at that in a bit. Hi, can I go in there? Apologies, but the director is not in. You'll have to return another time. Oleska Sarasso.
Just a moment.
Dwarven woman at the desk does not yet look up. She taps at her chin with a quill in her hand, a look of furious concentration on her face. After a few moments, she scrawls something down in the ledger in front of her.
There we are. So, did Alvari send you? I'm putting together the numbers. You will have to be patient.
She glances up at you, distracted, then looks up again, blinking owlishly.
Well, you're no clerk. Sientere, Watcher. I was preoccupied. Do not take it personally. They put me in this side office for a reason. Oleska Sarasso, advisor. Did you get turned around? I have little to do with people, to be honest. Numbers mostly.
Sarasso gestures to the desk with a quick sweep of her arm.
What can I do for you today, Watcher?
How far is the company?
I will not lie. Our fortunes dwindle. I must ask the director for some clarity on these figures.
I cannot imagine.
Why they are so low.
I don't know why I started reading that. What do you do here?
Put plainly, I am an advisor to the director. I keep the books in order and offer advice on the operations of the fleet. Profits, losses, all here.
Rather than pointing at a ledger, she raises a hand to tap the side of her head. Just an individual with a unique and impressive skill set. Yeah, I agree with that. I like games that mix it up where you're not like this almost like a fate-changing force of nature that comes along. Like, yeah, we're gonna do some big things, but it's not like we're destined or something like that.
I have a better head for numbers than for small talk, I'm afraid. It isn't personal. It is nice to be asked, I suppose. I hardly ever get anyone in here unless they need help with their sums.
I don't see why. You probably have the most important job here.
That is true, but hardly anyone says so.
Sarasa smiles, an earnest, amused smile that brightens her eyes and puts color in her cheeks.
I have been lucky to reach this position. I enjoy the work, and it is clear that I am needed. Being useful. It is a good feeling.
Can I ask you some questions?
I can spare a few moments.
What do you think of Alvari?
She's nice, no? A little intense, maybe. She gets results. Always to the letter.
Could you tell me a little about the Valiant Trading Company?
Well, it is funded and so controlled by the Songretta Mea Compresa. I can tell you that much. A council of 11 investors. Dukes, nobles, not all from the Republic's mind, but all very important people.
Something other people in the community mention is Barrett chose you because of your connection to Aethys in this case. If you would refuse, would she not hesitate to contact another champion and or watcher? Yeah, exactly. Like, she's got other options. Who runs the company?
While the Songretta is away, Cantaniro is the company's highest authority on the island, but he mainly concerns himself with diplomatic affairs. For the usual business, you want the director.
That's all I wondered about. Leska nods, already darting glances toward her papers. Bye-bye. Alright, I think that's all up in here. Oh, balcony. I'm gonna check that out real quick. Convenient and motivated since he destroyed my keep, which I'm still a little tender about. Ooh, found something.
Over there.
Wine Yennefer. That. Moons of Eora, and what's this? Folded note. This note appears to have been quickly jammed under this bench as it slightly crumbled. It's covered in what seems to be several failed attempts at amorous verse, including a few ill-advised rhymes for helm and sword. Aha. Take that. Alright, for the hell of it, I'm gonna level up Pelagina real quick. I don't need athletics. I don't think I have anybody mastering Arcana right now. I'll have you do that. I have somebody doing diplomacy, I have somebody doing intimidate, I have somebody doing religion, and I have somebody doing survival. I'll give you some more intimidate for a moment. Spent like 200k copper in my goddamn keep. Yeah, like, that's an investment. Excuse me, that's an investment. I put time into that. You can't get time back. You know what I mean? So I have every reason to be absolutely upset with him. Alright, Sworn Enemy, I want him to keep that. Flames of Devotion, Lay on Hands. What else we got? Retribution. When suffering damage, gain a stacking bonus to damage dealt on your next weapon attack. So I can go up to 25%. Fast Runner. I'm gonna give you Lay on Hands for now. Arcana. Celis Aura. I was fond of that last time. Weapon and Shield. Inspiring Triumph. Divine Purpose. Gains defense against Resolve, Might, and Dexterity afflictions. 2-weapon, 2-handed, 1-handed. Let's give you that. 2-weapon, 2-handed weapon. You're probably going to be using 2-handed weapons still. I never noticed that before. Like, I don't know if she did that in the other game or not. You gonna tilt your head, or you just gonna turn around? You're turning around. I gotta get you some new pants. Those look ridiculous on you. Arcana, Intimidate. I might change those later. Choose an ability. Ooh, Jesus God, Rigger just scared the hell out of me. Rigger, that's called a jump scare. I'm supposed to get that from the game, not you. I'm gonna give you, where the hell did I see it? Divine Purpose. And you're using a sword and a half, so I'm gonna give you, 2-handed. Oh, you've already got great sword. Let's give you S-Talk 2. Probably heard the mailman. He's very protective. Ruger's like the guard dog of the house. He can sound very, very scary if he wants to. Like, he has probably the most terrifying growl I have ever heard out of a dog. I remember it the first time he ever saw me, he didn't know me. And just, he's got this real low, guttural growl that sounds like something a hellhound would have or something. And I can get him to do it on command sometimes. Let's see, upgraded from Flames of Devotion. Calls upon inner fire. Okay, after use, the attacks temporarily receive bonus burn damage. Nearby allies receive a smaller version of the Flames effect. Greater Lay on Hands. Granting Courageous Inspiration. Glorious Beacon. Bathe yourself in holy light, blinding enemies in the immediate area. That could be nice. That temporarily. Bull's Will, Bear's Fortitude, Snake's Reflexes, Aegis of Loyalty. Melee attacks remove charmed, confusion, and dominated afflictions from party members. No, not right now. That's a little too situational for me. Smaller version of the Flames effect. Let's give you, Shared Flame. Greater lay on hands. Plus 20 health restored per 30 seconds. Courageous for 8 seconds. Plus 20 health restored for 3 seconds. Robust. Let's give you that. Reviving Exhortation. Command an unconscious ally to get back up with a large instant spike in health while also granting a strong inspiration. However, the ally will lose half of their gained health after a short duration. Liberating Exhortation. Commands an ally to summon all their strength in order to temporarily ignore existing hostile effects and also grants them a steadfast inspiration. 20 seconds. Upgraded from Zealous Focus. Converts some hits to crits. Incoming hits down the gate to grazes. Or misses if they graze. Provides allies with a constant regenerative effect. Iron Gut. Paladin becomes resistant to Constitution afflictions. Perception afflictions. Intellect afflictions. Gains increased penetration with fire attacks. Increases the Paladin's maximum zeal. Let's do that. Charge, focus, endurance. I think I used to use endurance a good bit. Let's go with that. Phew, alright.